Hey, Bree.
Hi,
There you are.
sorry I'm
Welcome.
late.
You are all good. Oh, you know what? I love that you were able to join that way so I don't have to do anything to have you here. So,
Good. I'm so
Bree,
glad.
um, just so you know, I emailed you the updated schedule. So, um, pretty much for the next 20 minutes, we're all set, just welcoming people into the webinar.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
I see some of my New York people. Welcome. We're using the chat to introduce ourselves. For those who are joining us now, oh, Christy, you made it. Yay. For those who are joining us now, we are going to start in about 3 minutes. And as you can see on our screen, we are going to have our kickoff with Diane. Just a few more minutes because we do have over 100 people registered for this. And right now we have about 25 people here. So I just want to give everyone a chance to show up if they can.
Julia, this is Sherry. Is it too late for someone to register and join? I don't want to hit post on my Facebook page if the invitation gets locked out.
Nope, they should still be able to.
Okay, sweet.
Yep. Hey, Mary. And I'm sorry, guests don't have the ability to speak, so we'll just use the chat. There you are. Welcome, Jay. Elizabeth. Jen. Oh, so many of my New York people here. You're making me so happy this morning. And we're the lucky East Coast people because some of the other folks, it's 7:30, 8:30 where they are right now. So all right. All right, folks. So I am going to get this day started. So welcome. I'm Julia. I'm the executive director of the Spina Bifida Association of Northeastern New York. I am joined by Bree Darnell. She is a social work intern with Spinini for the next month or so. But she is going to be my co-host today, as well as our other chapter leaders. So Jean is from Greater New England, and she has a teen empowerment weekend event. So she will not be able to join us for the full day, but we are joined by Carlin from Iowa, Robin from North Texas, and Sherry from Arizona. So we are your hosts, and we are so, so glad to have you. And I'm just going to get this day started. So if you have any questions, I'm going to ask you to use the Q&A feature. And if you want to just connect with friends or share any comments, I highly encourage you to use the chat. It's a great feature and a great way for us to keep each other motivated and involved all day. So without further ado, I am going to have Diane Glass, who's going to kick off our 100-mile challenge. For those of you who are here for the education day, this is a kickoff event to the 100-mile challenge. You do not need to be participating in the 100-mile challenge to attend today, but we do encourage it, of course. And vice versa. You can do the 100-mile challenge and you don't have to be here. But again, we hope you participate in both. This is a really strong kickoff to a 6-week challenge focused on our wellness, your wellness. So Diane, if you are ready to introduce yourself, I will pass the mic to you and I will get your slides going.
Well, thank you so much, Julia, and welcome to the 100 people who are on or will be on soon. We're just so delighted that you signed up for this challenge. And in the next 15 minutes, we're going to tell you a little bit about it. And then you'll see a video that will help you actually implement these plans. 2 years ago, in the midst of the pandemic, Carlin Crow, our executive director in Iowa, said, let's do a health and wellness program. And she came up with the 100-mile challenge. And immediately it attracted me. I'd been inside too much. I wanted to connect with my friends. And so I volunteered along with some of my friends who are on this call this morning. I know other chapters around the country have these similar programs, but when we came together to do this as one program, I think it gives it additional force. The goal of this program is to establish new daily habits. And so think about the things that you do now that are good. That's a good place to start. Maybe you eat well, you eat breakfast, you go for a walk. All of those things are wonderful. But then think about how you might stretch yourself. What could I do to build on these good habits? Could I add something new? Could I do more of what I'm doing now? And could I stretch myself, get out of my comfort zone by doing something entirely different? This program is free and open to everyone, regardless of abilities. All areas of the country are welcome, and you can join today or later if you like. This is a story about health and wellness. It's also a story about friendship. I think what we learn is that it's hard to change by ourselves or to build upon our good habits by ourselves. We need friends. We need community. And that's what the Spina Bifida Association nationally does for us. By participating in this challenge, you create an even smaller community that you can be part of as you improve your health. I like to think about this not only in terms of miles walked or the swimming I do or the class I'm taking, but how will this look in my life if I really embrace this challenge? Will I be more energetic? Will I be happier? Will I be more likely to connect with friends? In other words, envision your best self by, you could do the vision board challenge, which is a program offered this coming week. I'm going to do that. Will I be a little slimmer? Will I be walking better? Will I be rolling better? Will I have opportunities that have not been open to me before? I'm thinking about a vacation that we're taking the end of May and thinking, gee, if I really could lose a little weight and walk a little bit more, I would enjoy that vacation better. So I'm envisioning that vacation. My friends and I, when we signed up for this 2 years ago, had a great time. We talked to one another about how we're doing. We shared our accomplishments. Because it was the pandemic, we met in a park near the Arts Center and placed our lawn chairs 6 feet apart. We did all the kinds of things we could do to be well and safe. So it could be even more fun now that fortunately the virus has ebbed and we can join one another in person in a lot of different settings. I've pledged to my friends that I'm going to cook brunch for them if they sign up. So that's my incentive for them. It's important that you write down your goals. What is it that you want to do? And then what will this mean to you in terms of your quality of life? My skillful executive director has given me 2 pages of notes that I'm supposed to cover. So if I look off to the side, it's because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I was talking to my daughter-in-law this morning. We're here in Minnesota taking care of 2 little kids. So I think I've probably done 100 miles this last week, but I'm going to start again today. And the magic of this is that if you talk about this, as I did this morning at breakfast, other people want to do it. My daughter-in-law said, "Can I do this?" Well, of course you can. And then Soma, who's 10, and Radia, who's 7, wanted to sign up as well. I think we're all looking for a way to feel better, to look better, but it takes something like this, a structure, for us really to make the commitment to do it. So get your kids involved. I don't have kids myself, but by virtue of marriage, I have 2 grandchildren. As I just mentioned, they call me grandma. And I would like to think that I'm setting a good example for them by doing this. One thing that Carlin wanted me to be sure to mention is my age. I'm a sort of a poster child for longevity in my chapter. I'm 74 and I have spina bifida, and I still feel like I have room to grow. I want to envision a brighter future for myself and certainly for those that I can be a role model for. Get out of your comfort zone. That's one of the recommendations here. So think with me for a moment about what that might look like. So I swim most days, which is good. I walk a little bit. I need to walk more, but what would it look like for me to get out of my comfort zone? Well, I thought about this. I play the piano. I live in a building with a lot of other people. I could play the piano in the lobby and provide some entertainment. Would that get me out of my comfort zone? Big time. I guess I'm supposed to be using these slides. Okay. So I've set goals, right? Keep going here. Do it with friends and get your kids involved, get out of your comfort zone. So let's pause here. So this is my friend Rhonda from Iowa. And I interviewed Rhonda once for a slideshow, and she said something that has stuck with me for several years. She said, you know, as you get older, and she's talking not just about people with spina bifida, but everyone, as you get older, your world gets smaller unless you make an effort to get out of your comfort zone. And Rhonda is a perfect example of this because she has traveled the world promoting and making available wheelchairs for people that need them. And that was a considerable challenge for her. Traveling itself is hard, having accommodations made for her when she arrives. And so Rhonda is my role model for getting out of your comfort zone. Now, I don't think I'll be traveling to other countries, but playing the piano for other people, taking a Tai Chi class, you can get miles for that. It's not simply about exercise. It's about stretching yourself and seeing yourself in a new way. So sign up for all the programs. We're on slide number 6 now, I think. I was telling you about the vision board workshop. That's this coming Monday at 5:30. Now, you may have done a vision board in the past. I have, but I haven't done one for a few years. And this might be the perfect opportunity to say, okay, what will life look like for me if I commit to new daily habits and pursue them even after this challenge is over? So look at all these possibilities. There's two webinars or programs a week. Ideally, you decide now, what are you going to do, and mark it on your calendar so that when Tuesday arrives, you know, oh, I'm going to participate in this workshop at 5:30. So the tracking system is excellent. Slide number 7. Okay. So you see all the possibilities here, not only exercising, but nutrition, moving, sleeping, hydration, well-being. I think look through this and decide which ones are ones that you're doing now. Maybe you could increase your commitment to them, but try something new. Are you not a good breakfast eater? Maybe that's a good place for you to start. I think in setting goals for the 6 weeks, I would start with smaller ones the first week. So if you're not a breakfast eater at all, maybe you say, well, 3 days this week, I'm going to eat breakfast, and then work up to every day. We need to set goals that are achievable, that we can be motivated by, but not that are unrealistic, so we get discouraged. So start in a smaller, but grow each week. So you're going to ideally look at this every day and review what you're going to commit to that day. And then every evening, slide 8, you're going to record what you actually accomplished that day. So this person, for example, has achieved 17 out of the 100 miles. And post pictures of yourself. Do we have some pictures? We have a bulldog, Lou, in Iowa who has spina bifida. And he has signed up for this program, and he has committed to taking his owner for a walk every day for 3 miles. I'm making this up, of course, but Lou is a darling dog, and we take him to events and the kids love him. He's been entered in the Drake University Bulldog Contest. He hasn't won, but he's a perfect example of endurance because he enters every year, even if he hasn't won the previous year. So endurance is part of this challenge. I think this past week, taking care of my grandchildren has been a good example of endurance. They have worn me out, but here I am, and we are going to an arts and crafts show today where we will log a lot of miles and maybe spend a lot of money. So post pictures of yourself, have fun. Number 10. There I am having fun with Lou. I don't know if Carlin selected this particular picture of me because I look like Lou, but I kind of do, and that's all right. So having fun, one thing that maybe isn't on this sheet that I'd like to talk about is setting a reward for yourself. Now, when I talked with my grandchildren this morning about it, they immediately went to skip school for a week, other things that weren't possible. But as we talked about it, we got, maybe Mall of America, maybe more specifically the Nickelodeon. My daughter-in-law wants a massage when she's done at 6 weeks. I've talked to my husband about going to a bed and breakfast overnight. I think that would be a good reward. Something that would be lovely, that you would have fun doing, but that also would be healthy for you and good. Relaxation, fun. I really wish that this were a dialogue because I know there are all these people out there and I would love to hear from you. Maybe you can tell me what you're thinking, Julia, help me with this.
Yes.
What haven't I covered that you think is important? And Carlin, please jump on here.
Well, I didn't post Big Lou's picture with you, Diane, because I thought you looked alike. It was because you were having fun. That was
okay. All right. Well, I'm teasing. But Big Lou is darling, so I'm happy to be side by side with him. And I don't have a dog to walk, so I have a cat, and we play. I probably can get a mile for that occasionally. And by virtue of no one's authority, I give everyone a mile right now for listening to this presentation and smiling and being willing to give this a try. You will really have fun doing this. Mary and Carol and Denise, my friends, and I really had a great time doing it. And I look forward to cooking brunch for them and congratulating them on their weight loss or their increased exercise or their new hobby or whatever it is they decide to do. So questions, comments?
Yeah, so Diane, you did an incredible job, and the dog comment really, really made me laugh, and people are only saying positive things. The one thing I want to clarify for people about the 100-mile challenge is this is a wellness initiative. Similar to some of our other programs, how it works is you can raise money. We have a small goal of raising $100, going 100 miles for 100 people. So across the board, we have our 100 people. We have the tools from Diane and everything we put together to go the 100 miles. The $100 and 100 miles might get you eligible for a water bottle or a t-shirt, but it is not required. So to my New York folks, I just want to apologize because what said donate to support an individual, because people can pledge to help you. They can say, I'm going to donate $1 for every mile that you do and support you in that way. It is not required. And where it said, I want to support an individual and not register, those links were switched. So they should be fixed now. So there is a fundraising component. It is not required. It is completely up to you. There are some people who do want support to go the 100 miles and make that pledge. And there are some cool incentives along the way that you can earn if you raise $100 and reach 100 miles. So that was the only question that we really got during your presentation, which I think states just how well put together it was, Diane. Thank you. Oh, it looks like Carlin has a question. Go ahead, Carlin, or a comment.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, this is Carlin from Iowa. I just wanted to, there's some comments about us not being able to see each other on this Zoom today. And for the seminars that we're hosting throughout the 100-mile challenge, you'll have the opportunity to see other participants and engage with each other and connect. That was a really important part of this program and why we wanted to pull it all together with our chapters across the country, is to help our Spina Bifida community connect with others. So just wanted to let you know that that's an important part of the next 6 weeks, that you keep in touch with each other and with us, and we hold each other accountable for our 100 miles, and also get to know each other and share your rewards and your challenges.
Thanks, Carlin. And yes, so this is a webinar and not a typical Zoom. So that's why we don't have access to each other's pictures and all of that. Additionally, I just put in the chat for everyone the program calendar. This is packed. There are so many opportunities to accrue miles and, you know, again, connect with the community. So it's in the chat, it's in the Q&A. We have a ton of programs coming up that are, a lot of them are, you know, inclusive of all abilities. So that's another really big component of this is whether you have spina bifida or not, or you're a family member, we're doing this as chapters to help promote health and wellness, but this is for all abilities. And it's really flexible in how you can accrue miles, because as long as you're focusing on your health, that's the primary goal. So it's amazing to see so many people who are interested in that. Yeah. And you will be able to see who's participating in your chapter when you sign up for the 100-mile challenge on that page. So unfortunately, we can't see people today, but you can get an idea for who's showing up there. So we have one more in the Q&A. I'm just going to check this quick. Oh, my mouse isn't working. All right, open questions. Can people still sign up for the challenge? I was going to share it with my other Miss Wheelchair USA sisters so we can all do it together and support each other. Yes, Christy. Yes, please, please, please. It's never too late. I think along the whole 6 weeks, we've made it kind of easy to get 100 miles. So as long as you're committed and motivated, You have all the tools and resources through this challenge. Amy, I am actually going to show you a quick tutorial video right now, and that is going to show you how to use Pledge It and how to post your miles and how to post updates. So Diane, do you have any closing words for our guests today before I play the video?
Well, I want to hear from all of you. Please let me know how you're doing. Communicate with your executive directors, communicate with your friends. Let's make this a community celebration.
Yes. All right. Questions are done. All right, great. So let me share our video. So this video was done by Teresa from Pledge It, and you can get an idea. We'll share this with you too. All of our this day is being recorded, but all of our videos, the slides from Diane, they will all be accessible to you as part of signing up for the program. So here is our Pledge It video.
Hi there, my name is Teresa.
I just realized I'm not sure if I shared my sound, so I want to make sure I do that so you can all hear this. Now, without further ado.
And I'm with the team here at Pledge It. In this tutorial video, I will walk you through how to register for the 100-mile challenge, log your activity, and fundraise for your chapter. You have a ton of different ways to reach 100 miles during the challenge, whether that's through exercise, nutrition, sleep, or something else. It's totally up to you. To get started, navigate to your chapter's page and click register. Enter your email address, followed by your first and last name, any password you'd like, and click create account. Next, you'll indicate your fundraising goal as well as your mileage goal. So depending on whether you're walking, running, cycling, logging hours of sleep, you can go ahead and input what feels right to you. You can always change this later on. Next, depending on the way you plan to track your activity, you have the option to connect to an existing Strava account. You can always do this later, so for now I'm going to skip this step. Next, it'll ask you how often would you like to be reminded to log your activity? Every day, every few days, once a week? Pledge It will send you an automated reminder that links you right into your page to track your activity. For now, I'll say every few days. Go ahead and answer the questions that are outlined in the registration process. This might vary chapter to chapter, but hopefully you get the idea. Next, it'll walk you through setting up your individual page. You can add a profile photo. You can personalize the bio that's on your page. Swap out that cover photo, but again, you can always come back and do this step later. And that's it. You are registered and ready to go. This is what your page will look like once you're registered. Again, it might vary chapter to chapter, but the general format remains the same. At any time, I can edit my page, whether that's making changes to the photos, personalizing that bio. Maybe I need to increase my fundraising goal or decrease my activity goal. I can make those changes at any time. We make it super easy for you to share to your social media channels. You also have the option to invite friends and family to make a gift using this button here. This URL is totally unique to you, so feel free to share it as you wish. By clicking the Updates tab here, this is where you'll be logging your activity. So you'll notice we're kicking off today. I'm recording this a bit in advance for you all, but you will be able to have the option to log your activity starting today through May 14th. So when you log your miles, if you'd like to add a little blurb about where you went or who you were with, feel free to do so. And feel free to add any media to your event, whether that's a selfie or some other type of social. When you post this update, you have the option to simply share it to your page or send an update to anyone who supported you. It's a great way to keep supporters engaged throughout the campaign. When someone makes a gift, you'll be able to see that by clicking on the Donors tab at the top. You'll see any donations that come in right here, with the ability to send a thank you note right from the platform. If you do opt to invite anyone to make a gift from the platform, you'll be able to see who has made a gift and who has not. Again, be sure to log your miles actively throughout the campaign. We are here to help with any questions that you have. But until then, best of luck with this year's 100-mile challenge.
All right, so that was our tutorial video. I really hope that that gives you some clarity. That gives you some clarity on how to use the Pledge It site. Again, that video will be shared with you as well. So we have a few more questions coming in. I'm going to answer them quick before I pass the mic over to Bree. Will a link be sent to us for this website? Yep, I will type that in the chat right now. It is 100 miles for SB.org. Oh, Sherry and Robin are on it. I don't even need to worry. And I just wanted to share another from the Q&A. It is very commendable to mention that getting your kids or family members or even friends involved in doing this challenge. It is my first time attending a webinar concerning wellness from a foreign country. Well, welcome, Jester. We're glad to have you, and we're glad this is accessible to you. And we hope that you can get involved with your friends and family as well. And I just want to say, sorry, I read another question. The activities are on the website. So, oh, that's what I was going to say. Regardless of whether you're affiliated with one of our chapters or not, you can participate in this program. We have set up individual pages for each of our chapters to just track and communicate with a little easier. So I have a page for Northeastern New York. Carlin has a page for Iowa, Jean, Greater New England, etc. If you go to 100 miles for SB.org, you can select a chapter to participate with. If you don't have a chapter, you have free choice. You can choose one that's close to you. You can choose one you know your friends are doing, but that is only for tracking and communication. You are going to be getting the same messages, the same programming, and the same opportunities from all of the chapter leaders. We're just collaborating on this. So it's okay if you don't have a chapter. And it's okay if you're participating from anywhere across the world. That's the point. We had another question come in. I'm not seeing any other questions on here. Are we supposed to, or is it just for the panelists? So I'm not sure because I'm a panelist, but when I go to Answered Elizabeth, I can see all of the questions and answers. So why don't you look there? Let me know if that works. If not, what we'll do is just start using the chat feature instead, which is a-okay. Jennifer had a question. If we do this as a family, should we sign up as a team? I think that'd be great. Absolutely. You can sign up as individuals. You can sign up as a team. Definitely. All right. It seems like that is our questions now. So you can continue using the chat and Q&A for the duration of the day. But we are going to start moving into our education day. So I am going to promote our first presenter to be a panelist, and we will get this day started. So Bree, off to you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Once again, I'd like to say welcome to everybody. It is exciting to see so many people attending our education day. Again, if you're just learning about the 100-mile challenge, We encourage you to sign up. We're getting this started, kicking off with all these sessions, just going over some health and wellness. And we're excited to see how everybody chooses to pursue their own wellness journey. And so we'll continue to answer your questions throughout the rest of the education day. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Reese, a registered dietitian and nutritionist with the Spina Bifida Center at Boston Children's Hospital. So the session that Reese is going to be teaching is Nutrition and Spina Bifida, How to Fuel Your Best Self. They studied nutrition at Boston University and completed their dietetic training at the National Institutes of Health. They currently serve as a member of the Massachusetts Dietitian Licensure Board and a committee chair for the Boston Alliance for Diversity in Dietetics. Reese's clinical approach focuses on helping their patients develop sustainable dietary habits for lifelong wellness. This presentation is going to focus on healthful nutrition guidelines for individuals with spina bifida. Reese is going to cover recommendations for children and all the way through adults and discuss practical ways to optimize you or your child's nutrition. Answers to common nutrition questions around weight, bowel health, and dietary supplements will be addressed. So again, during this talk, we encourage you to use the Q&A function. We're going to be monitoring it throughout the duration of the session, and we'll present these to Reese as they talk and maybe at the end as well. So if you have a question, if you're presenting it in the chat, we're going to do our best to address every single person. But without any further ado, welcome, Reese. We're excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me today. I'm so excited to be here. So I'm gonna get myself set up with a PowerPoint. I just want to make sure I end up doing this right. So let me see here. What I'm going to try to do is this, and then I'm going to pop myself into, okay. So are you seeing the actual PowerPoint or the presenter mode?
Yes, we're seeing the PowerPoint. So
okay, perfect.
Like what you are presenting, yeah.
Okay, and you can't see my notes, right? It's the full
Correct.
screen. Okay, awesome. You'd think I'd have this figured out by now, but you know.
No, it's always difficult.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me today. I'm super excited to be here. And yes, please use the chat to drop your questions in, and Bree, feel free to pause me kind of throughout if that makes sense, or and I did want to leave some time at the end for questions. And so I will say I very recently transitioned out of the Spina Bifida Center at Boston Children's into a different role, which is it was a very, very hard call to make, just because I absolutely loved that clinic and my patients. So I'm really happy to be here today as kind of a last hurrah with you all. So yeah, I think, before I get started, I just want to say, I think one of the things that I love about nutrition, but also can make it kind of like sometimes challenging or frustrating for patients, is that it is super individualized. And so you'll find that that's kind of a common theme as I'm talking today. There are some kind of general overarching principles that can apply to a lot of people, but sometimes with specific questions, it does require kind of a more individual, a more individualized answer. So, all right. And so, yeah, I know I have a PowerPoint here, but I don't want this to be too formal. It's a Saturday and, we're here, we're having fun. So hoping I'm going to give you some good information, answer some questions. Yeah, so I definitely want to leave time at the end for questions. And I'm going to be talking about some different life stages. I'll talk about childhood, adolescence, adulthood, but you'll find that there is definitely some overlap. And so I hope even if you're, the section that I'm talking about doesn't directly apply to you, that you'll still stick with me, because I think it'll be some good information. Okay, so before I get started, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this before, and this is my plate. This is the image that that replaced the food guide pyramid many years ago. And I show this to patients a lot, and they always say to me, my plate never looks like this. And that's totally okay. I like to use this as a tool, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later. But I like to use this as a tool to help us keep in mind what are our different food groups. And we have, fruits, veggies, grains, proteins, and then dairy or other kind of high calcium foods. And we group these foods together because of the kind of common nutrition that they provide us. And so I like to think that, if we're getting something from all of these groups throughout our day, there's a better chance that we're getting all the nutrition that we need into our bodies. And so, so I find it to be a helpful tool for like planning meals, choosing meals and snacks, all that. So this is going to come up throughout my talk. Okay, and so I'm going to start with childhood nutrition and growth. And so this will mostly be for caregivers of children with spina bifida. But as I mentioned, there's some content that might be relevant to some other stages as well. So as I mentioned earlier, their nutrition recommendations often need to be a little bit more individualized, but for some kind of basic childhood nutrition principles, these are some things that I'm thinking about when I'm working with kids. Oftentimes I'm recommending offering a veggie or a fruit with every meal. And the more that we're offering fruits and veggies to kids, the more we're exposing them to them, even if they're not eating a lot of them, or even if they're not eating any of them, we want to keep exposing them to them so that they have that opportunity to try them, to interact with them. And fruits and veggies are also a super important source of nutrition. I always recommend offering new foods more than once. A lot of times parents will say to me, oh, I gave my kid broccoli once and they hated it. And it's, we got to remember that they're learning how to eat, they're learning new tastes and textures and all of that. And so we want to give them a chance. I will say to parents sometimes, like, kids will need, 20, 30 exposures to a food before sometimes they'll even touch the food. And so we always want to give them the opportunity to learn more about that food, to get more accustomed to it. And rejecting a food once doesn't mean they're going to reject it forever. I do like to be aware of beverages with everyone, but especially with our little ones. Kids can very easily kind of fill up on drinks, get a lot of their calories through drinks. And oftentimes that means that they're missing out on really important nutrition. So I really strongly discourage sodas for most people. We'll get into that more later. But we also want to be careful with like juice drinks that have added sugars, sports drinks, and things like that. And even for 100% juice, we want to make sure that we're not giving too much of that. And then another thing is limiting those added sugars just in foods in general. And so added sugars are the sugars that aren't naturally occurring in foods. So we know fruits and dairy and other foods do have these sugars that are naturally occurring, but we want to be thoughtful about how much sugar is being added, because sugar is one of those things that it gives us calories, so it gives us some energy, but it doesn't give us a lot of other nutrition. And I'm going to talk a little bit later in my talk about how to find added sugars in foods. Okay, so we talked about those kind of healthy eating principles, but how do we nurture healthful eaters? And it really does start early. And so, even as early as when we're kind of introducing solids, so around like 6 months. And with every eating experience that we have, we get the opportunity to help our kiddos really develop like a positive and healthful relationship with food, which I think is really awesome. Kids, we know, I think humans in general are creatures of habit. And so oftentimes they really thrive on having consistency. And so that can be for, for a lot of things, but especially for like meal and snack schedules, they can really benefit from that. We know kiddos have tiny bellies, and so it can be hard for them to get all of the nutrition in that they need just from their meals. So snacks really are an important part of their diet. But what we want to be cautious about is not letting them really kind of what we call graze on foods. And so that can be kind of like those frequent nibbles or, lots of snacking in between their meals, just because then, they get to meal times and they're not super hungry for the meal. And then, oftentimes our meals are a little bit more balanced nutrition versus just snacks. And so we want to make sure that they're not missing out on that. And then variety. So we want to offer our kids a good variety of foods from the start. Offering them lots of different things can expose them to different flavors, different textures, smells, and all that. But we don't want to try too many things at once because that can be a little bit overwhelming. And so if you're in a place where you're thinking, I think my kid or my family in general could benefit from a little bit more variety, I like to suggest just picking one new food every week that you're going to try. And that can be as simple as, picking up a new fruit at the grocery store, a new veggie or a new grain or something like that. Something that I talk a lot about with my families is Alan Satter's division of feeding responsibility. And you might have heard of this before. So how this kind of thought goes is that caregivers get to choose what food is served and when, and then the child gets to choose if they're going to eat and how much. And I find that this can really take a lot of the stress off of meal times. Because then, when we know we're doing our part as caregivers, we can trust in our kiddos to do their part. And I know it can be super stressful when, you make this beautiful meal and then you sit down and your kiddo is just like, nope. It can be so frustrating. But we do want to trust in our kiddos to, trust in their hunger and fullness cues and kind of, trust in them to do their job with that. And I'll talk about this a little more on the next slide. If that, sort of behavior is a little bit more of a consistent or longer term pattern, then that might be something to think a little bit more about. But just in general, this can be kind of a helpful tip to follow at meal times. Another way that we can help our kids learn to be healthful eaters is by modeling the behaviors that we want them to exhibit. We know that kids are always watching us, and so they're learning to eat by watching us eat. And so meal times can be a really excellent opportunity for you to model those helpful behaviors for them. So things like, you eating your veggies can help encourage your little one to eat their veggies too. And just as kids are always watching, we know they're also always listening too. And so we want to be thoughtful about the language that we're using around foods. And so rather than using terms like good or bad for foods, we can say things like, this is a food that gives our body more nutrition to help us grow strong or to give us energy. And rather than saying like, this is a bad food, we can say, this is a fun food or a sometimes food or food that doesn't give our body as much nutrition. So as I mentioned, sometimes there are some feeding difficulties, and feeding difficulties and selective eating are fairly common challenges for patients with spina bifida. And this can range from some more significant swallowing challenges to just like mild texture sensitivities to kind of general picky eating, if you will. And so for kids who are kind of those more selective eaters or picky eaters, as I mentioned before, I recommend kind of continuing to offer those new foods or foods that they've rejected before frequently, just to give them consistent opportunities to interact with those foods, to get more familiar with them. We can follow that division of feeding responsibility. And I also suggest to parents, like, no portion size is too small. So, even one tiny little piece of broccoli, one single slice of apple, something like that. It doesn't have to be a large amount, because sometimes that large amount is overwhelming. And so even just a small amount, they can always have more. We had talked about modeling and the language piece too. A lot of times, kids will reject a food once and parents will say, oh, you don't like that food. And I like to move away from that, just because kids can really kind of internalize those messages, and then they'll say, oh, I don't like that food. So I like to instead think about using the word yet. And so if they say, I don't like that, you can say, it sounds like you don't like that food yet, or you're still getting used to that food. So thinking about the language that we're using matters. And then caregivers will ask me, when do I start to worry about my child's picky eating? I think that is an important question. So I usually say if there are difficulties, like trouble with chewing and swallowing that you're noticing, especially if there's like a sudden change, you're going to want to talk to your child's doctor. If they have less than 10 foods that they're eating, or kind of like a rapidly shrinking list of foods, that's something that you're going to want to talk with their doctors about. Or if you're seeing that their growth is starting to be impacted. And I just want you to know, if you are experiencing this, you're not alone. This is a very common challenge for a lot of caregivers. So talk with your team if you have any concerns. Another thing that I talk a lot about with my patients and families is growth. And so you've probably seen these before. These are those CDC growth curves. And so, we use these, but they don't always reflect kind of ideal or expected growth for kiddos with medically complex cases. And so we know that for kiddos with spina bifida, they often don't grow on these curves. Oftentimes they'll plot below, especially for height, and we may say things like, they're growing on their own curve. But even when they're petite, we always want to see kind of incremental growth. And so, infants and younger children sometimes can have some challenges with slower growth or weight gain, and they may need some extra supplemental nutrition for periods of time. And then as kiddos get older, they might experience like periods of more rapid weight gain. Sometimes that's not always consistent with their linear growth, like gaining weight a little bit faster than they're getting taller. Your child's growth should be regularly monitored, and the kind of expectations for their growth is a conversation that you should be having with your medical team always.
We do have a question in the chat. And the question is, would you rather see a child eat something like chicken nuggets, even if it's only because they use a quart of ranch with it? Or should plain nuggets be given with a small amount of ranch? And if they don't eat that all, that's just what it is?
Yeah, that is a that is a great question, and a common question that I get with parents. I think dips can be a good way to kind of get kids, to eat foods, to get kids to try new foods. But you do still want to be thoughtful about kind of the portion. And so, I would serve it more with think about trying to serve with a smaller portion of a dip. I can appreciate too that it can be really stressful for caregivers if, a kiddo is like, well, I'm going to eat this, or I'm going to eat nothing at all. And it can feel really stressful for them to not have something to eat. And so you want to make sure that they're eating something. And so that's where oftentimes I'll recommend, if they have kind of their, at least a few foods that they're going to reliably eat, serving at least that, and then offering them some new foods around that. So then there's at least something that they're consistently going to eat on their plate. Hope that answers the question. We can always go back to it later too.
Of course.
Okay. All right. So adolescent growth and nutrition. So we know adolescence is this time of great change and growth, and we see that reflected in like the nutrition needs of this group. It's also a time of developing autonomy and life skills, and we really want to encourage that with nutrition and beyond. So, as I had mentioned, you're going to see a lot of overlap here. And so the recommendations for adolescents are similar to the recommendations for children. I usually recommend, though, for as kiddos are getting older, having a veggie or a fruit, not only with all meals, but trying to do it with snacks too. And they always say veggies are going to fill you up before they fill you out. The fiber in them can really help with that full feeling. And then we know that all the good vitamins and minerals in there are going to be a really important for fuel. Protein is another thing that can really help with satiety. That's that full feeling. And so oftentimes I'll recommend trying to have a protein with meals and snacks too. And so proteins, we know it's nuts, dairy, meats, eggs, soy, things like that. I do caution around use of protein supplements. So things like protein powders or bars or things like that. A lot of them are very high in protein, kind of way more than what we actually need. And that can be a little bit stressful on the kidneys, especially for kids and kind of younger teens. And it also can sometimes cause some GI distress if we kind of go overboard with the protein. Whole grains are important for everybody, but I especially like to think about them with my teens, as teens are usually eating more. This is a period of kind of rapid growth for them. And so we want to be kind of even more considerate of what foods are we picking. And so whole grains are, the grains that have been kind of minimally processed. And so they're going to be the highest in fiber. And one easy way to identify them is by finding this symbol on products. And so you'll see there's the one that says 100%. So that is, all the grain that's in there is whole grain. The 50% means at least half of the grain that's in there is whole grain. And then sometimes it doesn't give a percentage. I do also put into my kind of like whole grain group some of the more like starchy vegetables. So like potatoes, root vegetables, corn, those sorts of things. So they're not really technically whole grains, if you will, but they're, they're more starchy kind of veggies. And so when I think with my adolescents about kind of fostering independent healthful eaters. And, we want to give them the skills so that they can kind of start to make their own healthy eating choices. And then they can kind of continue that through adulthood. And we know adolescents are so busy, their schedules are packed with school and activities and, social things. And so it can be really hard for them to, oftentimes they're skipping meals. And so, we want to kind of help encourage them to try and keep a regular meal and snack schedule. Sometimes getting them involved in food preparation responsibilities can be a good thing, kind of depending on where they're at in their developmental stage. So, whether that's having them help with dinner or making their own lunch or, picking their snacks. Again, we're kind of, helping them to kind of like foster their independence in selecting healthy foods. And yeah, we know they're very busy, so sometimes they need a little bit more access to those like on the go meals and snacks. And I'll talk about some examples of those sorts of things a little later.
We got a comment, not a question, but just
Sure.
saying thank you for mentioning about the protein bars, that this person has been on a low protein diet since she was a teen because of kidney issues.
Yeah, it's really, I think one of the things in American society in general is that, we think like we think like more is better. And it's not always the case. And, I'll talk about this with like supplements too in a little bit, but some is good, more is not always better.
Right. And I do have a question to sort of piggyback off of that.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I work with kids and teens as well. Do you have a go-to granola bar that is like a good snack that's not that high in protein or high in added sugars?
Yeah, that's a great question. I like the RX bars. Those are a good one. The Luna bars can be a good one too. Those are usually kind of like a reasonable amount of protein. They do have they have a bit of added sugar in them, but it's not super high. So this can be a good one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. And I clicked over. Well, that works. Yeah. So a good kind of rule of thumb that I like to recommend with my teens is trying to eat from all food groups every day. And so we had talked about My Plate before. This is another example. This is the Harvard like healthy eating plate. And so it's very similar to My Plate. They don't include dairy though. And yeah, it's just a little bit different. But I like to use these things as a tool, as I mentioned, and they can be almost kind of like a checklist. And so, when kids are, when they're picking out their lunch, oh, I haven't had a fruit yet today. I haven't had a vegetable yet today. Or if they're picking a snack, same thing. I haven't had a veggie yet today. I should probably have a veggie with my snack. It can be kind of like a more readily accessible tool to help them to kind of pick foods on their own. And making sure that they're having a food from every food group every day is a way to prevent kind of missing out on important nutrients. Because as I mentioned before, like these food groups kind of represent kind of groups of nutrients.
Going back to the granola bars, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
One person asked, are macro bars good? Like the Go Macro bars?
Go Macro, yeah, those can be a good one as well. Yeah, and I think with a lot of the bars, those can be a little bit more of like an individual sort of thing. Sometimes folks are looking for something that's more like a meal replacement bar. And so then you're going to want to look maybe for something that's a little bit on the higher side as far as calories. But if you're looking at something that's just a snack, something that's maybe a little bit lower in calories. And I like to look at, how much fiber is in the bar, how much added sugars is in the bar, and then how much protein. And I think for, more like older adolescents, adults, things like the RX, the Luna, the Go Macro bars, things like that can be good options. But then, for younger kiddos, even like the Cliff, like Z bars, or even some of the Nature Valley bars and things like that can be a little bit more, maybe a better option, just because they might be a little bit lower in those things.
And another person asked about Nutri-Grain bars.
Yeah. And I'll get to this later on, but I say, you know, there's room in diets for pretty much all foods. And so, yeah, I think Nutri-Grain bars can be they're going to be a little bit lower in fiber, and they might be a little bit higher in added sugars. But some folks do need to be cautious about how much fiber they're having. They may need a little bit of a lower fiber diet. So maybe that's going to be a better option for them. I do like the Kashi. Kashi has like a similar, it's a similar type of bar, but I think it's a little bit higher in fiber and a little bit lower in sugar, but it's a similar kind of texture to the Nutri-Grain bars.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and yeah, in adolescence, social eating is something that starts to become like a bigger part of life. So kids are eating with their friends, they're eating at school. And so, you know, those kind of social eating experiences become a bigger part of life. And so we want to make sure that we're equipping our kids and teens to be able to choose healthful options when they're on their own, especially as we know, you know, kids are getting back into school and, you know, a lot of high school cafeterias are really fancy nowadays and they have a lot of options. And so, you know, kind of giving your team the tools to be able to select healthful items when they're on their own. Okay, so we've got the growth curves again. This time I put up the BMI growth curves. And so BMI is that weight for height, that like proportionality measure. There's been a lot of discussion recently in the medical community about the like overall utility of BMI. There actually was a paper that was published recently about the use of BMI in patients with complex medical conditions, including spina bifida. And they talked about it, how it's really not always an ideal marker of nutrition status. It can be hard to get accurate measurements. And so it's one of these things where we kind of continue to use it, but you know, we're working on kind of what are some maybe better measurements. And so I know as a clinician, I'll do kind of special arm measurements of my patients to help evaluate like how much muscle or fat mass they have. And that often can give us a better picture of nutrition, like nutrition status and weight and growth goals and expectations. And I'm going to talk more in a bit about weight, but it is definitely this kind of hot topic, and we know adolescents are really not spared from that conversation. You know, in our kiddos with spina bifida, precocious puberty is a common thing that we see, and it can mean kind of hitting that peak height earlier on. And that can have implications for weight goals. Parents and even teens will ask me a lot about weight loss. And I think, you know, for younger kiddos, I don't really recommend it. It's really more focusing on weight maintenance so they can grow into their weight. But as always, your teens' growth goals are going to be an individual conversation that you should be having with their healthcare providers. Okay, so vitamins and minerals are always important, but they are especially important in adolescence. As we know, the body is growing and rapidly developing. So this is a time of really significant bone development. And so calcium and vitamin D are especially important. Though we know for individuals with spina bifida, it's especially important kind of throughout the lifespan, but especially so in adolescence. And so if you're a teen or if you're the caregiver of a teen and you're worried they might not be getting quite enough calcium, quite enough vitamin D, definitely talk with their dietitian or their doctor about that, because it might be a good thing to have a supplement on board, because sometimes it can be hard to get everything we need from our food, especially the vitamin D. Iron supplements might be needed, particularly for girls. You know, iron is really important for our blood cells to function properly. If we're anemic, we can be really tired, amongst other other symptoms. And then if a teen has a limited diet, they might benefit from having a multivitamin on board just to help kind of fill in the gaps of what they're not getting from their foods. And that can go for children and grown-ups too. And I'll talk more about supplements in a bit. Okay, so let's get into adult nutrition. And as I said, you're going to notice some recurrent themes as I dig into this. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my little My Plate visual here. And so, yeah, a lot of these common kind of nutrition principles apply throughout life. You know, we want to be eating a variety of foods. We want to be getting foods from all food groups, keeping ourselves on a consistent eating schedule, making sure we're staying hydrated, getting enough fiber. All of those things really are kind of good, tend to be kind of good rules of thumb for most individuals. As with our adolescents, we know as grown-ups, we can find ourselves with even more chaotic schedules, more responsibilities, all that. It can be really hard to prioritize healthful nutrition, but it is one of those things like taking our medications, like sleeping, like caffeine, all those things, it should be a big priority for us too. And it doesn't have to be difficult. What I really like to focus on with patients is helping them to find an eating pattern that really works for them. And that's going to look different person to person. I think it's really important that we know ourselves and we know what works for us and what doesn't. And it's good to try and be open to exploring what works. And, if you try something and it doesn't work for you, you can kind of hit backspace and we can start again. And I will say one of my favorite things for a patient to say to me is that doesn't work for me, or that didn't work for me, because then that means we can keep having a conversation, so we can keep brainstorming and finding what works for you. And so I want to encourage you with all your providers to feel like I want to empower you to feel like you can say that, because ultimately, as healthcare providers, we want what's best for you, and we want to find the ways to make that happen. And so we want to have the conversations to help with that.
One question, if you have a second.
Yeah.
Julia was asking that about cold cuts because it says to avoid those. So does that mean specifically from the prepackaged ones or ones from the deli, or just all cold cuts in general?
Was that on, that might have been on the Harvard Healthy Eating Plate, maybe. Yeah. Okay. And so, yeah, with cold cuts, it kind of depends on the person. For some individuals, they do have to be careful. They can be a little bit, those foods can be a little bit more prone to growing specific types of bacteria. And so if you're immunocompromised or if you're pregnant, you might need to avoid them just because your body might not be able to fight off the bacteria there. But a lot of times, it's recommended to avoid them just because they can be really high in sodium. And they also can have a lot of kind of added preservatives and things like that. But there are a lot more products nowadays that are lower in sodium or don't have as many preservatives. And oftentimes you are going to find those kind of behind the deli counter. But there are some that are kind of prepackaged.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. And so, yeah, with kind of trying to prioritize healthy eating, keeping that consistent meal and snack schedule can be helpful. And I'll talk about that a bit on my next slide. Eating from all food groups, carrying a water bottle with you, so you're kind of never anywhere without your hydration. We talk all the time about hydration, and we know how important that is. And so keeping a water bottle with you can be helpful. Alarms and phone reminders. I know I am so guilty of, I get to 1 o'clock and I haven't had anywhere near as much water. And so having a little alarm pop up on your phone that's like, oh, right, I need to be, I need to be thinking about that, not just drinking my coffee. And that can help with medications, with cathing schedules, with supplements, all that. We know we have our devices on us at all times, so use them for their good that they have. Okay, so this is one of my favorite things to talk about with like adolescents and adults. So I talk about this concept of like triangle eaters versus cone eaters. And so I can't see the audience, which I'm a little bummed about, but I will ask, how many of you are a triangle eater? And this is someone who is like skipping breakfast, or maybe has a little breakfast, maybe grabs a coffee, might have some lunch, and then by the end of the day, you're like, I am starving. And so, we have a really big dinner. And then, because we didn't kind of fuel ourselves throughout the day, oftentimes this means a lot of like late night snacking. And oftentimes, when we get to that late night snacking, we're not always picking the most healthful options.
You have
and-
quite a few people raising their hands. Right?
Yeah, okay, okay. Oh yes, we do have that raised hand function. Yes, I think this is a very relatable sentiment for a lot of
Yeah.
people. And it's hard. We know we have busy schedules, and so it really can be hard to kind of prioritize. And so I do get that. And when a patient tells me I'm not hungry in the morning, this is the first thing that I'm thinking about, because if we're eating a lot late at night, we wouldn't really expect ourselves to be hungry in the morning. And so it can be kind of hard to adjust this eating pattern. But with this, we find that we're not really fueling ourselves consistently throughout the day. I talk with my younger kiddos about, we think about ourselves as like eating as like filling up our gas tank. And so we're almost like running on empty all day. And also what happens with this is that we miss out on a lot of opportunities for good nutrition throughout the day. So instead, I like to encourage trying to be a cone eater. And so we're kind of trying to flip that triangle upside down. And so, we want to start with like a really solid breakfast. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a big breakfast. Some of us are just not hungry in the morning because our bodies are just a little bit slow to kind of get started, and that's okay. But starting yourself off with some sort of solid breakfast, it gives you a lot of nutrition so that you're starting the day with good energy in your tank. Picking some healthy snacks throughout the day to have in between your meals, having a good lunch, and then still having a good dinner, but it's not kind of like the star of the show, the main meal of your day. And oftentimes when we are kind of eating in this sort of pattern, we feel okay having a smaller dinner because we've kind of fueled ourselves properly throughout the day. So it can take a lot of time to kind of flip our triangle to a cone. And so I like to, suggest like start small. And so maybe that's like, having a piece of fruit in the morning. And that is, that's your starting point. If you're eating nothing, if you're eating nothing in the morning, trying to grab a piece of fruit, trying to grab some other sort of like easy, quick and easy, healthy thing. Or, if you're always skipping lunch, trying to grab something so that you're kind of trying to move yourself towards fueling a little bit more throughout the day.
We do have a question going back to drinking water. It's just how much water should we be drinking a day?
Oh, I'm going to get to that later on.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. And another question is, what do you think about making fruit smoothies?
Fruit smoothies, yes. So yeah, I'll talk about this a little bit later on. I think smoothies can be a really easy way to pack in some nutrition, and especially for if you are somebody who's not super hungry in the morning, making a smoothie with some fruit, with either milk or yogurt or like a milk alternative, and oftentimes I like to suggest trying to put a little bit of a veggie in there. If that is, a tiny bit of kale or spinach, or, and I will say I picked this up from a patient, adding frozen cauliflower to a smoothie. And I know that might sound totally wild and out there, but it has a pretty subtle flavor. And if you throw it in when it's frozen, it's almost like, putting ice cubes in there. And so I would highly recommend trying it if you haven't. So
Wow, I have never thought about that before. That's a really good
yeah,
suggestion.
yes, I swear I get my best tips from patients. So that is a fun one. So yeah, they definitely can be kind of an easy way to pack in nutrition. Okay. So nutrition and gut health, this is something that I get a lot of questions about. And a question I've been asked so many times is, can I manage my constipation with diet alone? And I will say, I don't usually find that to be the case. Again, that's going to be very individual. It might work for some people, but I find often that I'm working really closely with my GI, my gastroenterologist colleagues, because there's almost like this synergy of like the nutrition piece and then the GI piece. And a lot of times what the GIs are recommending, those sorts of medications or interventions, they're going to work better if we have kind of the nutrition components on board. And so, it really is kind of this like a mutual goal, like these things working together. But that being said, some things that can be helpful, fiber, fluids, and physical activity. So we know fiber, if you're not getting much right now, you want to kind of gradually add it in. You don't want to go from having kind of not a lot of fiber to having like all of a sudden a lot, just because that's going to be really hard on your system. So kind of gradually increasing will let your body kind of get used to it. And then with that, we want to make sure that we're having enough fluid so that we can process the fiber. And then with physical activity, we know that getting moving can help everything in your body get moving. Okay, I'm trying to think about time here too, because I don't want to go over. So I'm gonna maybe pick up the pace here, but I don't want to miss too many things. Okay, so weight management. I have management in quotes just because I don't necessarily love this term. And as I mentioned before, weight is this really kind of like hot topic. And weight is important, but it's not the only marker of health. And I think there are a lot of other markers that can be sometimes more important. And so thinking about like heart health, kidney health, your sleep quality, muscle strength, stamina, mental health, all of these other things. And so I like to focus, a lot more, like the scale doesn't always tell me, everything, or it doesn't tell me everything about an individual's health. And so I don't usually focus a ton on weight, but rather on how do I help patients develop really sustainable and healthy eating patterns that they're going to be able to stick with for life. And so, that being said, a lot of individuals do have specific weight goals, and that can be weight loss, that can be weight maintenance. Sometimes it's help with gaining weight if you're struggling with that. But sometimes, eating goals are really about, I want to fuel myself for like a 5K that I'm going to be doing. I want to fuel myself for, maybe even just like being able to get through this semester at school and not feeling, the stress around food with that. And so weight goals can be, you can have individual weight goals, but you're going to want to seek some kind of individual guidance around that. Okay, no foods. So I always get asked, what foods should I never eat? And I will tell you, these are my no foods. So foods that are spoiled, foods you're allergic to, foods that make you feel sick, foods you don't eat for religious reasons, foods that are otherwise not indicated for you. And so, yeah, so I like to think that all foods really can fit in, but we want to think about kind of, so patients will say, so I can eat a cupcake or something like that. And it's, that is okay. We want to think more about what are like the longer term trends, what is the rest of your day looking like, making sure that you're making room for veggies and fruits and all of that, and a really like balanced diet. So that being said, the one thing I will call out is sugar sweetened beverages. So as I mentioned before, it can be super easy to drink a lot of our calories. And with that, oftentimes we're drinking a lot of sugar, and it's those added sugars. And it's sugar gives us energy, but it doesn't give us a lot of other nutrition. I love using this graphic. So these little squares are sugar cubes, and every one of those sugar cubes is a teaspoon of sugar. And I love especially pointing out, like for the Nantucket nectars, I think a lot of folks are like, oh, these are healthy because they seem like juices, but a lot of times they have a lot of sugar added to them. And so I'm not a huge fan of sugary beverages. Supplements. Okay, so I talked before, calcium, vitamin D, iron, sometimes multivitamins can be really beneficial for a lot of individuals, but we do want to be careful with supplements too. So supplements are technically an unregulated market. And so I do recommend when you are picking a supplement, asking your doctor, asking your dietitian, and looking for this USP symbol. So this is a group that will actually like buy stuff off the shelf, take it into their own lab, and make sure that what's on the label is actually what's in the product. Because otherwise, companies there's not really a lot of accountability for them to really put what's actually in, whatever's in the bottle actually reflects what's on the label. You do want to talk with your doctors too about possible interactions, because there can be kind of interactions between medications and especially herbal supplements. And then supplements can be really pricey. So you want to make sure that you are kind of spending your dollars wisely. Okay, so I want to, take some time to talk about some more like practical nutrition tips. So how do we actually kind of fit some of these nutrition principles into our lifestyles? So I recommend trying to plan ahead where you can, and doing a little bit of meal planning can help you make a shopping list, and also help you to reduce food waste. It doesn't have to be a super rigid meal plan, but just kind of even a little bit of brainstorming for what you're going to have for dinner, or what you're going to be making for lunches or breakfast throughout the week. Doing some ahead of time prep, picking a day every week that you're going to meal prep, batch cooking, and using your freezer to your advantage, so you can kind of keep some stuff in the freezer, especially for when you're having those kind of busy weeks or busy days. Chopping up all of your fruits and veggies at once. When we do all of this stuff at once, we kind of like, versus spreading it out over every single time that we, need to prep food, it just saves on time. It's a little bit more efficient. And then, this point here, like making a big salad or having what I call like a veggie bucket, which is like, a Tupperware container full of chopped veggies that you're keeping in the fridge, that helps us to make like more healthful choices, because it's already ready to go. And so, sometimes it's like, oh, I'm looking for a snack, and I can either, cut up the celery, I can get out the cutting board, I can wash the veggies, or I can just grab the potato chips. And so, oftentimes then we end up picking the easier option. So if the veggies, the fruits are just as easy to grab, then we're going to be more likely to grab them. Keeping some staples on hand can be helpful too, just so you don't get to a point where you're like, oh no, I don't have X, Y, or Z. Trying to keep some of those staples on hand. Allowing yourself some room for flexibility, And so, you know, sometimes we are gonna end up ordering takeaway food, and that's okay. I usually recommend with my patients, you know, you want to make sure that there's a veggie there. Making sure that there's a veggie in whatever you're choosing. And that's the same if you're going out to eat. You can also think about, you know, trying to avoid more of the like fried foods, just because those are going to be higher in calories, higher in fat, higher in sodium. And being thoughtful about sauces too. Sauces can be really high in sodium, can add a lot of extra calories. And so, you know, when you are getting food out, you can still make some healthful choices. And then I had talked about kind of that knowing yourself. And so, you know, knowing what works for you and what works for one person may not work for another person, but it can be a lot of trial and error. And that can be difficult. But, you know, I would encourage you to kind of continue to try things until you find something that works for you. Okay, I love this visual. Patients will ask me, you know, what's a good portion size and how do I know? And so I recommend using your hand as kind of a guide. And so you can see on this image here, there's kind of some guidelines. I really like, especially like using, you know, the palm of your hand as like a serving for like a protein food. Because a lot of times, you know, especially if you are going out to eat, the amount of like the protein food that you're served is so much more than that. It can especially be helpful for things like peanut butter or, you know, other things like that too, that are a little bit hard to measure otherwise. Okay, so added sugars. I really think this is one of the best things that ever happened to the food label. So as I had mentioned before, you know, we have some naturally occurring sugars in foods, but we also have sugar that's added. And so in the old nutrition label, they didn't have to list out, they could just say kind of sugars in general. And so now they have to parse out what of the total sugars is actually added to the food. So that can really help when you're looking at two products and you want to see, you know, which one do I choose? You might want to pick the one that does have less added sugar. Hydration. So I often recommend with my patients drinking from one water bottle throughout the day. It can help you to kind of track what you're drinking throughout the day a little bit better than just like grabbing a cup here and there. I think this is called like a Hydromate water bottle or something like that. I found it on Amazon, but there's so many of these water bottles nowadays that actually have like the time markings on them. And that actually can be a really helpful thing for kind of helping you to stick with your hydration goals throughout the day. And you can even do this with like a standard water bottle too. Okay, so I'm going to click through this real quick. Is there a special diet for Spina Bifida? As is the case with nutrition, there's really no one size fits all. We talked about a lot of these things. How many calories do I need? How much water do I need? So calories is a very individual thing, but apps can definitely be a good guide, or at least like a good starting point. So things like MyFitnessPal, Lose It, Chronometer, these sorts of apps, you can put in your height, your weight, your age, and they can give you kind of a general sense. But you do want to be careful. Sometimes the apps will give really low goals, and that's often not appropriate. I tend to recommend caution if it's recommending less than like 1,200 calories a day for an adult. You can always ask your dietitian doctors for individual recommendations. And then for fluid, especially since I know we had a question about that. So a good rule of thumb can be like 2 liters a day. That's like 64 ounces. But ultimately, like depending on kind of your particular case, you may need more than that, you may need less than that. And so always good to talk with your doctors, but that can be kind of a good starting point usually. And I always recommend try to sip your fluids throughout the day rather than kind of like chugging them all at once, just because that kind of sipping helps to better hydrate us throughout the day. Easy and healthy meals and snacks. Sometimes there are some frozen foods that that can be good options, especially like veggies and fruits. They're already cut up, they're already prepared, ready to go, things like that. Salad kits. We talked about this meal replacement bars or snack bars. This is maybe something that I can share with you guys to have as like a reference document or something like that. Because that might be, I know I'm running out of time here. And so also could be a good reference for folks after the talk. Yeah, because I have some stuff like this, like healthy eating on a budget. I guess this is one thing I will quickly go over too, because this is something I love. So we've got that unit price. I don't know if this is something you've noticed ever in grocery stores, but this can kind of help with picking like the more budget friendly options or like the lower cost options. So you can see there's like this is the amount that you're actually going to pay, but then this unit price it'll show you like per ounce or per pound. So then again, when you're comparing two options, you can pick the lower like per unit item. Okay, I'm gonna stop there just because I think there are some questions and all that, and I just want to make sure to leave some time for that.
A couple of questions.
Yeah.
So that was good timing. We had a person ask about adding probiotics to their diet and said that their go-to is, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it right, Yakult, Yakult.
Oh,
And they alternate between the regular and the light versions. But their question was also included, the regular version has a high sugar content, and they read somewhere that sugar binds to the probiotic bacteria to help it survive in the gut. Is that true? If not, why does it have such a high sugar content?
well, that's a really good question. So yeah, Yakult is it's like a probiotic yogurt kind of drink. Yeah, so the sugar content, so with that, because there is some dairy in there, some of the sugar is going to be from milk versus added sugars. Having sugar with the bacteria can sort of like feed the bacteria, if you will. I don't know though about that, the point that it may like bind like help the bacteria to survive. I'm not sure about that. I know this is kind of a really big area of research right now of kind of like, how do we best kind of get probiotics into our guts?
All right. Another question that I had was, how much fiber should adults get in daily?
That is a good question. Again, it's going to be individual. I do give like 25 to 30 grams as kind of like a kind of general rule of thumb, but that is really going to depend on the individual. And that's where talking with a dietitian can be really helpful, because they can kind of evaluate like, where are you now? Because if you're getting like 5 grams a day of fiber, jumping all the way to 25 is like not going to be a great idea. So they can help give you some advice on kind of how to gradually ramp that up and how to make sure that you're going to get enough fluid in with that too.
Okay. Another question, is Ocean Spray an okay brand of juice? And if not, how much sugar should you stay under for drinks?
So Ocean Spray has a lot of different beverages. And so with those, they're going to have different added sugar contents. And so I would recommend looking at the added sugar content. I know a lot of my patients were using like Ocean Spray, like cranberry juice. Yeah, I would usually recommend trying to pick like the lower sugar cranberry juices. We know that they can be very, very like very, very tart. And so the sugar does help them to be a little bit more palatable. But you can always kind of cut juice with water if you want to reduce the sugar content.
Okay. And another question, besides the smoothies, what other ways would you recommend getting the nutrients your body needs if you're not a daily veggie and fruit eater?
Mm. Yeah, so that can be a place where something like a multivitamin can come into play. Fortified cereals, so like breakfast cereals, like Cheerios or shredded wheat, things like that. There are added vitamins and minerals there, so that can be a way to get some in. But I would recommend maybe trying to work with a dietitian to see if there are some ways that you can work towards having fruits and veggies more often.
Yeah, it does sound like that can be really helpful because everything is so individualized.
Yes, yes, indeed, indeed.
And this is going to be the last question, folks, just because we are getting ready to move into our next panel. But the last question is, what do you recommend for a grab and go breakfast? Is there a good recommendation for breakfast bars?
Breakfast bars. Yeah, so some of those bars that I had mentioned, but you can also do like those single serving oatmeal cups, things like a single serving yogurt with like a piece of fruit, like a frozen whole grain waffle with some nut butter, something like that, can be some good options.
Okay. Well, thank you, Reese, for bringing all of your knowledge and expertise. I did see that somebody had recommended to see the hand graphic again. So I don't know if we have access to your PowerPoint, but if you could send it over, I'm sure that's something that we can get out to our consumers and everyone in attendance right now. And we can sort of include that in our follow-up with people, because I do think that was a really helpful graphic to see.
Absolutely. I'm actually just going to quickly copy the chat too, because I think there were some other questions as well. So I'd be happy to send a little follow-up document. And then since I went over on time, I can send some of the kind of more practical tips that were at the end of my PowerPoint, just to share with the audience.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yes, you as well.
Thanks. Okay.
Julia, I believe that you can make people not panelists anymore. I'm not sure if I have that ability. But we are going to get ready to welcome Joe Slanica now as our next speaker. And Joe is going to be sharing about staying active with Spina Bifida. So again, if you're just joining us, if you're just attending our education day, we have everybody in seminar mode. And so you can't see each other, but you can see the people who are panelists. You'll be able to see Joe once he starts speaking. And if you have questions that come up during Joe's talk, we're going to do our best to try and address every single one of them. And if we don't get to address them, just like we did with Reese, we'll do a follow-up. We'll have our speakers talk about the questions that you have, and we'll send them in a follow-up email for everybody. So with that being said, I'm going to read you Joe's bio, and then we're just going to hand it right off to him. I understand they're at a tournament right now, so we'll also need to be filled in with that too. But Joe is a 50-year-old man with spina bifida and hydrocephalus. He is a board member for the Spina Bifida Association of Northeastern New York, and he's a staff member at the Henry Viscardi School. Joe is a wheelchair athlete, disability advocate, model, actor, certified scuba diver, and skydiver. Joe lives in Holbrook, Long Island currently, but I think is traveling somewhere else today. So Joe, why don't you go right ahead and take it away? Also, hi, Brian.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joe. I am in Westfield, Massachusetts for a sled hockey tournament. So forgive me if you hear some noise in the background. Lots of games going on. While I was here, I ran into my friend Brian. So I asked him to join me. Today we're going to talk about wheelchair athletics, athletics for people with disabilities, and how it's changed my life, how it's changed Brian's life, and how it can change yours. To start off, I live on Long Island. I was born and bred in Long Island, and with spina bifida and hydrocephalus. Growing up as a kid, I always liked sports, but I was never able to play just because I had a disability, and there was back then not a lot of activities and leagues and access and opportunities for people with disabilities. Honestly, things really didn't shape up, turn around for me until I went to college. I went to Stony Brook University, where I met my first friend that had a disability. And she was at Stony Brook with a wheelchair basketball team, introducing that to the disabled students of Stony Brook. She handed me a basketball and said, you know what? You have a disability, you use a wheelchair, so what? Let's play some basketball. And it has really changed my life. I was able to play a game that I never thought I'd be able to play. I was able to do a lot of traveling, different places to play wheelchair basketball. I got to meet a lot of different men and women, and kind of see how they dealt with their disability, in a daily life, whatever it was, and just kind of learn from them. And again, playing wheelchair ball, I got to play a great game, stay in shape, be active, have a social life. It was great, for me mentally. It was great for me physically. It showed me that even though I have a disability, people with disabilities can do a lot of things that quote unquote able-bodied people can do. Then I began working at the Henry Viscardi School, which is a school for children with disabilities on Long Island. And I was able to create a program and introduce wheelchair basketball to my students that are in grade, the school itself goes from kindergarten to 12th grade. The students that play basketball for me are in first grade through 12th grade. And again, it's an opportunity for these kids who didn't think they'd be able to play anything, and whose parents didn't think they'd be able to see their disabled kid play anything. It changes lives. And I was able to, through wheelchair basketball, meet lots of different people, and they would introduce me to different games, whether it's tennis or softball or lacrosse or sled hockey, which we're playing this weekend. Wheelchair basketball has changed my life. You got anything to add?
Yeah, same thing for me. Having spina bifida obviously doesn't give you the opportunity to play a normal sport. So playing sled hockey with cool people like Joe and meeting other people that have spina bifida or other similar disabilities too, it's pretty cool. And then sometimes you get to go to the Empire State Games and your team wins a gold medal, which is what our team got to do this 2 years ago. So yeah.
Yep. As I got older, I realized how important physical fitness is for people with disabilities. The challenges that we face as people with spina bifida, medically, physically, athletics has definitely helped keep me in shape and keep me healthier than I might have been. It definitely keeps your eye towards a good diet, and eating healthy and drinking your water. See, I have my water. Drinking your water, and it really just if you want to be in top physical shape to play wheelchair athletics, you have to do what it takes to eat healthy and be healthy. So it's a win-win on both sides of the coin. You get to play games, and you can, quote unquote, kind of control what happens to you physically with your disability. The better you eat, the more you hydrate, the better you feel, and the better you can participate in daily life. So sports definitely gives you that upper hand to be an active part of society.
We do have one question, if you don't
Sure.
mind. How
Yep.
did both of you get connected to these sports programs? And what agencies do you know that offer these types of programs so that you could suggest how people across the country might look for something similar?
Okay. A lot of the games that we play have national organizations that parent them. When I started playing wheelchair basketball, it was the National Wheelchair Basketball Association. For sled hockey, it's the United States Sled Hockey Association. The United States Tennis Association for tennis. The United States Wheelchair Lacrosse, the United States wheelchair softball. There are definitely, you can simply just Google any kind of sport, and wherever you live, I'm sure there is a community-based team that you can get connected with.
There's also Stride, which is a local chapter, Stride Adaptive Sports. That's where I play sled hockey with. So that's a great organization too.
Right. And again, through my experiences of playing different sports and meeting different people, I was also encouraged to become a certified scuba diver. I've jumped out of airplanes a couple of times, and I do adapted surfing on Long Island. So as far as any kind of activities for people with disabilities, if an able-bodied person can do it, we could do it. I see somebody said something about wheelchair tennis. Yes, wheelchair tennis is associated with the United States Tennis Association. On Long Island in Queens, we have the National Tennis Center. So we have a great program to learn wheelchair tennis from kids ages all the way up. And again, all of these sports that we might be talking about can start at an early age. I've seen kids that are probably 8, 9, 10 years old nowadays that are starting to play. And one of my teammates here in the sled hockey, he's 72. So these are activities that, as long as you keep yourself in, good shape and you're healthy, you could play these games for a long, long time.
Yeah, I started playing sled hockey when I was in my senior year of high school. So
Yeah, somebody said jumping out of an airplane, definitely on your bucket list. Definitely, you should definitely, who's that? Elizabeth Dunn. You should definitely do that. It's something that I didn't even realize I wanted to do or I needed to do. I was in Florida visiting family, and my cousin suggested that she wanted to throw me out of an airplane, and she knew somebody who could do just that. So I went with my cousin, and it was tandem jumping, because of my disability and the fact that my legs don't work very well. I had to be attached to a professional skydiver so he could land properly. And what they did is they actually tied my legs up in a way that when we're up in the air and we're landing, my legs didn't get tangled up in his legs. So as a person with a disability, where there's a will, there's a way. If you know, I happen to know a lot of crazy people that, you know, allow me to do a lot of crazy things. You know, and a lot of these things I do have to check with my doctors, obviously. I do have a VP shunt in my head. I was also born with hydrocephalus. So things with, like, you know, skydiving and scuba diving, you know, pressure changes. I had definitely asked my neurosurgeon if it was something I should be considering. And he really said, yeah, why not? Go for it. You know, he really didn't have a problem. And quite honestly, I've been scuba diving for about 20 years. Yeah, 20 years right now. I've skydove or skydived twice in my life. You know, it is a bucket list thing sometimes. I've done it twice, and I don't necessarily have to skydive again. But if anybody here wants to come to Long Island and skydive, let's go.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. Julia said if you get the time, or if you want me to do it, if you and Brian could just list off all of the sports that you are currently participating in or have participated in the past, a comprehensive list would be great, just to kind of throw out there the options that people have.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, growing up with a disability, growing up with spina bifida and hydrocephalus, being a kid with it, not being able to do anything. When I met this friend at Stony Brook, I made myself a promise that if somebody came to me and said, hey, you should do this, or you should do that, or try this, I made a promise to myself that I would try, that I would not say no. It just so happens that everything I've done, I fall in love with, and I continue to do it. I met this person in college when I was 18. I'm 51. I'm still doing this stuff. Yes, I am a manual wheelchair user. Somebody asked.
I do have a question for you. Have
Sure.
you ever come up against just like a wall where you wanted to do something and you didn't know how to go about it, or you didn't know who to contact, or you were told no? And what did you do in that situation?
Fortunately, I gotta tell you, living on Long Island, living in New York, there's a lot of opportunities to do stuff. And there are great organizations. We have a great organization for wheelchair athletics called the Wheelchair Sports Foundation. So fortunately for me, those walls never existed. I mean, when I was a kid, when I was, you know, a teenager, you know, adolescent, it didn't exist. It just didn't exist. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, wheelchair basketball popped up. And that just opened up the world to everybody for everything. So when I was a kid, I didn't even know what I was missing because it wasn't available. But once I turned 18 and I met this woman at Stony Brook, get out of my way. But yeah, so fortunately for me, living on Long Island, that, you know, wall that you're describing does not exist. There's always a way to do something. Where there's a will, there's a way. I was at the beach one day and I met this family of surfers, and they had an idea of teaching people with disabilities how to surf. I'll be a guinea pig. You know what? If you want to learn and you want to test things out on me, that's fine. That's great. I did the same thing with scuba diving. I met a man who was certified to teach people with disabilities how to scuba dive, but he was never able to meet somebody crazy enough to do it. It only takes one time for me to meet you before I figure out what you're about and what you could do for me and what you could teach me just to make my life better. Right? And that's what wheelchair sports has done. Has made my life so much better.
That's really awesome. So
have
maybe
you-
Brian, you
Yes,
can.
the Julia said so, Challenge Athletes Foundation. I am associated with them. They've done a lot of work with me at Viscardi to help get wheelchairs for my students. And they donated a chair to me.
So Brian, maybe you can speak a little bit about your experience since you've lived in a different area than Joe. Have you experienced as much accessibility to wheelchair sports, or how did you get associated with some of the things that you participated?
Yeah, so I used to also ski too, which was with Double H and what's Gore I've skied at, Wyndham, a lot of places I've skied at where you kind of get hooked up with an adaptive ski program. But I think the first place I skied at was Maple Ski Ridge. I don't even think they had an adaptive program back when I skied, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't skied obviously since I've been playing hockey because the seasons kind of coincided. But like Joe, I've done the wheelchair tennis. Yeah. Trying to think of. I used to do challenger baseball. Yeah, it's definitely benefited me and kept me healthy, like Joe said, and
And it's not just like physically healthy, it's mentally healthy, psychologically healthy. Because as a person with a disability, spina bifida, or just in general, people with disabilities, you want to be active. Most people have, injuries that they acquire through accident or illness, and wheelchair athletics is a great way to get back into quote unquote the real world. We have spina bifida, we're congenital, we were born with this stuff. We didn't have too much of a choice, but wheelchair athletics gives us that opportunity to be as normal as we can be and enjoy life as much as we can and be active and get that sense of competition. Everybody has that sense of competition. Sometimes you can do something about it, sometimes people don't. This is a great way for us to, get that, sense of competition. Being out here, we're in the middle of, Massachusetts, there's probably 16 teams here playing sled hockey for an entire weekend. And just being around this type of environment, the men, the women, the game itself, it's a very uplifting experience, for the full body.
yeah, being part of a team is pretty cool because a lot of kids that we grew up with were part of a team, and it's nice being part of a team.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, is just being able to sort of get into that community too, where everybody's kind of engaging in that same active lifestyle, right? It probably encourages you to even keep that up.
Absolutely. The men and women that are here this weekend, they're here because they have a physical disability and they became that way for many different reasons. But it keeps each of us going. If he could do it, I could do it. If she can do it, I could do it. Right? That sense of team, that sense of camaraderie, sportsmanship. Again, a lot of the people that Brian and I come in contact with are acquired disabilities. So these people are coming from a world where, as an able-bodied person, they were able to do stuff. And now they're, physically challenged for some reason. But wheelchair athletics lets them get back into that world and have some sense of normalcy. Right.
That's
Oh, another
awesome.
sport I wanted to mention that Joe and I do is the hand cycling. I know.
Oh yeah, hand cycling. Get on a bike. I'm actually doing a 100-mile bike ride at the end of April. I'm going from DC to Gettysburg in a day in the name of U.S. veterans. That's one great thing about hand cycling. There's always an event and it's always a charity. So it gives me an opportunity to help somebody else. This is an event that I did back in October. I wound up breaking my hand. So I'm all healed up. My bike is all fixed and I'm ready to go.
Wow, you are.
So yeah,
brave.
this 100-mile challenge that we're doing as a Spina Bifida association, I guess I'll knock that out in one weekend.
Wow. Yep, you kind of are cheating the system there a little bit.
Yeah.
We do have a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
One person just wants to know again where both of you are from and have lived in the past.
I'm a Long Island boy, born and bred. I live in Holbrook right now, which is in Suffolk County. I did grow up and spend most of my time in Nassau. I am currently in Suffolk. I'm trying to get back to Nassau, but Long Island, born and bred.
And I live in Scotia, New York.
And another person wanted to know that this is not necessarily just about sports, but how do you deal with the snow and how do you get around?
I hate snow. The hotter the better. Long Island, fortunately, we do get our bouts with snow, and it's a fight sometimes, quite honestly. We can get 2 or 3 inches, or we can get 6 feet. But it's a fight because the able-bodied world has to consider us, and how they shovel things, how they plow things, how they cover up walkways and ramps, parking spots, things like that. I'm in an area where last winter I had an argument with somebody that was dumping snow on handicapped parking spaces because, in his words, those people don't drive. Now, he just saw me get out of my car. I'm in a wheelchair. I'm talking to him, and he's telling me those people don't drive. So, yeah, that's the frustrating part.
Wow. Christy mentioned that she has a pair of wheelchair skis that attach to a regular chair that help her get around, and also has an action track chair that has treads on them similar to a snow machine, which has changed her life. She can go pretty much anywhere. That's incredible.
Yeah, I've been on those track chairs. It's like a tank. It's like a tank wheelchair. It's awesome. Goes over every kind of terrain. You can go over mountains, rocks, anything. You run stuff over.
Shamika said that she just hibernates. She doesn't go out in the winter.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, people with disabilities, if they don't get, the satisfaction of, the help that they need, and people with disabilities, people with disabilities in general, the cold affects us. All right. So yeah, people just hide for a couple of months and wait for spring.
Very wonderful. Yeah, it's really just all about resources too, right? If your city is not providing you with the resources to also make sure that you're able to get around.
Right. So you yourself
Part.
have to be your best advocate
Mm-hmm.
for everything you do. You have a disability, you know what you can do, you know what you want to do, you know what you need to do. You need to have the courage to speak up for yourself, whether it's the guy plowing you in, or a doctor, or a nurse, or a pharmacist, whatever it is, or the person bagging your groceries. You know what's best for you, so you need to be your best advocate in everything we do, right? Because you know yourself the best.
Right. Exactly. So what would you recommend for people who are sort of just starting a wellness journey and looking to become more active? What's maybe the first step to take?
I think the first step is, what are you interested in? Do you like basketball? Do you like tennis? Do you like bike riding? What are you interested in? Do you like going to the gym? Do you like eating healthy? You need to figure out who you are, what you like, and where you want to take it, and where you want to go with it. The earlier, the better. So you get in, some good life habits. But yeah, you got to figure out who you are. And there are, like I stated before, and I'll write it out. There are plenty of organizations across the country that deal with wheelchair athletics. If there is a game that you want to play, somebody's playing it in your area.
Great. What advice do you have for people who are looking to maybe get some of their friends or other loved ones involved? Like, what if you want to sort of create a team? Any recommendations for that?
I think if you live in an area that doesn't have something already set up, if you know enough people, men and women, that want to play a sport, again, you contact the parent organizations, National Wheelchair Basketball Association, United States Sled Hockey, United States Lacrosse, United States Tennis, and they will help you set up something. A great resource for New York is the Wheelchair Sports Federation. They're in Manhattan, but they are all New York encompassed. So if you're looking for something that you don't see, or if you're looking to do something that you don't see, Wheelchair Sports Federation, John Hamre, Hamre, is a great resource to start.
Okay, that's really good to know. Thank you. You said Hamre?
Correct.
I'm going to be including that in the chat, but also, like I mentioned before, we'll be including some of our adaptive sports resources in the follow-up email after the webinar is finished today. But it's always good to have more resources.
Yes, absolutely.
Know.
And you work off of each other. I might know something that Brian doesn't know. Brian's going to know something I don't know. We just work together. If you're, you have the same similar interests, you're going to be able to help each other. And that's what a great event like this today, this weekend here in Massachusetts is all about. It's all about resources and connecting and sharing, our love of the game.
Mm-hmm. I think we had a couple of programs too this past year. I know we did a wheelchair dance program, and Julia said she enjoyed partner dancing that Spiniti did, but she wants to know how often you both travel for sports.
Honestly, with the pandemic, the way it's been a while. So this for me is my first trip in 2 years, but I'd probably travel once or twice a month, depending on the time of the year. Again, I'm playing a lot of different things. So right now, currently, I have tennis, I have sled hockey, and I have lacrosse, and I have cycling. So yeah, it really depends on what's going on. But in today's world right now, things are slowly opening up where, in the past 2 years, nobody was doing anything. But now we're open. I'm playing wheelchair, sled hockey. I got lacrosse in 2 weeks. I got the bike ride in 3 weeks. So yeah, I'll travel as much as I need.
You normally have people that come out and support you, or you just kind of go?
Say again?
Do you have people that come out and support you and watch your games?
Yes, I do. Before the pandemic, we had played. Sorry, my coach was just yelling at me. Before the pandemic, we had played a tournament in Florida, and my whole family lives in Florida, so they were able to come down and see me. That was pretty cool.
That's awesome. I would like to know if you play lacrosse, and does lacrosse include equipment modifications?
Say again?
Do you play lacrosse, and does that include equipment modifications?
Lacrosse, we play on like a court surface as opposed to grass and dirt. We play 8-on-8 as opposed to, I think it's 11-on-11 or 10-on-10. And each of the sticks are the same size, as there's no different size shafts. And the ball is actually deadened. So when it bounces, it just rolls. It doesn't take that crazy second bounce. All right. So those of us, that are playing wheelchair lacrosse, we could easily scoop it up instead of chasing a wild, gigantic Super Bowl.
So what are your favorite sports in terms of accessibility to people?
Basketball. Basketball is the easiest thing. You need a ball and a hoop. There are hoops all over America. You could buy a ball anywhere. That's the easiest game to adapt.
Okay.
And it's fun. It's 5-on-5. It's team. It's sportsmanship. Individual accomplishments. It hits all the bases. Softball can get kind of boring. Hockey is exciting. Somebody's always getting hit. Lacrosse is exciting. Somebody's always getting hit. Tennis, if you're playing doubles, I like doubles in tennis.
Singles is very hard in the wheelchair.
Yeah, playing singles tennis, because we play on a regulation court.
But
in tennis, the only difference is we get a second bounce. So if you're playing singles, that's a pretty huge court to cover. So if you have a partner, makes things easier.
Right. Kirsten mentioned that in Phoenix, they have Ability 360, which is a gym for all disabled. They offer different classes for different sports, but have you ever heard of them? Do they have locations in other states? Do you know?
No, I don't know who they are. That's awesome though.
Yeah, it sounds like a great agency.
That is awesome. No, I don't know who they are. I'm gonna have to look that up myself. See if we
Yeah.
can get something in New York.
Right.
Yeah,
I think the classes are a big one. If people know that they can be taking classes, it kind of provides the space for people to come.
yeah.
I'm not sure if you mentioned this before, but are you a coach or have you been a coach or plan to coach at all?
Yes, I coach wheelchair basketball at the school that I teach at Viscardi. I have an elementary, middle school, high school, and an adult team. It's adapted wheelchair basketball. So instead of using a 10-foot hoop, we use a series of hoops that are either 2 feet, 4 feet, or 8 feet high. It's 5-on-5. The game that I have here at Scardy is for people with in manual chairs and power chairs. So it's a mix of 2 different wheelchairs. So I've been coaching that for 29 years.
Wow.
Yeah, good times.
Do you have tips for people who want to start a basketball league or maybe just a like pickup games if there's not any in the area? And do you recommend co-ed for that?
Yeah, co-ed is not a bad thing because a lot of times you're not going to get enough men and enough women to field their own teams, a women's squad and a men's squad. So having a co-ed basketball team is not, that's what I grew up on, on co-ed teams. Recently, they've tried women's, tried to make women's only teams. There are 16 colleges across America that have NCAA scholarship athletic programs for both men and women in wheelchair basketball. So they have enough resources and recruitment to make men and women's teams. But on the recreational community level, it's not enough to make, it's just not enough. So to have a co-ed basketball team is great. That, like I said, that's what I grew up on. That's what I know. And it works very well.
Wonderful. And how would you kind of go about that if you're maybe not as involved in a community of people with disabilities? How do you recommend spreading the word for a group of people who just wants to pick up basketball?
I think a group of people, I mean, you look at your local schools. If you want to, find a gym, a local community college, you go to your local governments. There's always money for this kind of stuff. People don't know it, but there's always money tucked away somewhere in a local government, and it just sits there until somebody asks about it. So if you're looking to start something, look at your local government, your town government, your city government, and talk to it. There's always going to be a disabled person's office, for lack of a better word, right? In your local government. Start there.
We have a question about osteoporosis and brittle bones. What are your recommendations for addressing that for people who want to pursue sports?
A lot of my students at Viscardi have OI. So we're very careful, we're very delicate, but they are as active as they can be, and they participate as much as they can. It is a delicate thing because they can get hurt very easily. It's just something that honestly, you just kind of go with the flow, see what that individual can do, what they can't do, what they want to do, what they don't want to do. And you just go from there. You just work it out. You know,
Yeah,
because
you
you don't want to
recommend
put
just-
anybody in a bad situation.
Right, right. It's all about the individual, what their preferences are, what their comfort levels are.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. That's great advice. Do you have anything else, any last minute thoughts for people as we're kind of wrapping up and taking the last few questions? Oh, and we do have another question in the chat. Which doctor would people approach if they needed to consult, especially about their participation in sports?
I have like 17 different doctors, but my main doctor that I would concern myself with is now I kind of figured out basketball and all these other sports. I've done that on my own. I never really consulted anybody, but as regard to the skydiving and the scuba diving, because I have a VP shunt in my head, I talk to my neurosurgeon. But as for basketball, I mean, I've told my doctors that, hey, I'm doing this. You know, I'm not asking for your advice. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm doing it. And I'm going to figure it out on my own with my team, with my teammates, with my coach. Just figure it out and be as a self-advocate and have your self-limitations, right? And be open and honest about it. But if you want to talk to a doctor, go to your GP, your general practitioner. You know, go to somebody you like, go to somebody you trust. Ask them about it. A PT is great. An OT is great. All right, because they're supposed to know about this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right. That's great. I think it's also, I mean, everyone gets to that point where they are deciding what they really want, right? And if you
Right.
really want to get active, right? you
When
know
there's a
yourself
will, there's a
and
way.
body the best.
You
Yeah.
could always find something. Wherever
Yeah.
you live, there's always an office for people with disabilities in your local government. You can go to any of these parent websites, the head of the organizations, the National Wheelchair Basketball Association, again and again, Wheelchair Sports Federation, they cover all sports all over New York. Would be a great resource.
Right. Great. All right, we're taking the last few questions here as we wrap up. We have about 10 minutes left with Joe, so make sure to get your questions in either the Q&A or the chat box. Joe and Brian, any parting thoughts with us as we sort of round our time out?
No?
Okay. Well, it's really awesome to just sort of hear all of the things that you both participate in and the activities that you pursue, especially coming out of COVID in a time where everything has been shut down, everyone has been shut in, and we've really, I feel as almost everyone has been sort of battling this, all of the sitting and being cooped up that we've had to endure through the pandemic. So personally, I find it, I'm grateful for hearing your experiences and hearing about the opportunities that you've taken advantage of. And I hope that other people can also feel the same way, that there are ways to get out there. There are ways to get moving, and
Yes, absolutely.
ways
Absolutely.
to be in
Don't just
community too.
don't just sit around just wondering. Get out there and do something, even if it's at your local park. But definitely Wheelchair Sports Federation, if you're in the New York area, anywhere in New York, they will help you find a spot for any kind of sport.
Right. Well, and I also, I mean, thank you for telling us that how it's changed your life too, because that really is, it does make a difference. If you find that community and you find that thing that you love or
Right.
even just a lot of things. You don't have to be good at it. I think someone was
Right.
mentioning before, you don't have to be the best athlete out there.
No,
You just
no,
have to get
no,
out.
not everybody is LeBron James and Wayne Gretzky, but there's a way to get it done. Right?
Right.
It's a lot better than sitting home watching Oprah eating bonbons.
Which is also okay too.
It's okay once in a while.
Yeah.
Not according to our nutritionist stuff.
No,
No.
movement is good. Well, thank you so much. I really want to thank you
All
for
right.
taking the time, especially on your tournament day. So,
Thank you. Yeah, and my coach
Yeah.
is looking at me. I gotta go play goalie.
okay, good luck. Let us know how it turns out.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. It's great to see everybody. Great to talk to you guys. Wheelchair Sports Federation in New York. If you know of a sport you want to try, wheelchair athletic wise, they will help. John Hamry will help you.
And Stride Adaptive Sports too, for anyone local.
There you go.
Stride Adaptive. Okay, great. Thank you so much and good luck with your games.
Thank you. Peace.
All right, so for everybody who is still here and continuing on our Education Day sessions, right now we're going to head into a break period. So take the next 15 minutes and get a snack, grab some food, use the bathroom, whatever you need. Our next presenter will be Dr. Courtney Wolf Christensen to talk about mental health. And we will welcome Dr. Christensen at 2:15. So please take your time to take this break and we'll see you all back here then. We can get started.
Okay.
So welcome back, everybody. We have Dr. Courtney Wolf Christensen now, who's going to be speaking about mental health. And this is her bio, just to give you a brief introduction. Dr. Wolf Christensen is a clinical psychologist at Cook Children's Urology Program, where she's responsible for coordinating the urologic care and providing emotional support for patients with spina bifida and their families, as well as offering psychological support and therapy for parents of children with genitourinary conditions, including differences in sex development. Whew, that's a mouthful.
Right.
She believes an essential part of her work is to help parents understand their child's diagnosis and become comfortable with it, which I think is so commendable. Dr. Wolf Christensen currently serves on the board of directors for the Spina Bifida Association of North Texas. She received her bachelor's degree in biopsychology and cognitive science from the University of Michigan and received her master's and PhD degrees in clinical psychology from Oklahoma State University. She completed an internship in pediatric psychology and a fellowship in neuroimaging at the Children's Hospital of Michigan. An avid sports fan, she loves all Detroit teams and the University of Michigan Wolverines, which I can't get behind, but okay.
It's okay, we'll forgive you. That's all right.
Just a reminder, everybody, if you have questions as Dr. Wolf Christensen talks, please use the Q&A format, or you can also submit them to the chat. We'll try and get to everybody while we can. We'll save some time at the end to answer some last minute questions. And with that, I'm going to give it into your capable hands.
Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks to those people who are watching and who end up watching the recorded session. Thank you to Julia for inviting me to speak. I hope this is helpful. I will say that this is honestly one of the hardest talks I've ever had to put together because it can cover so much stuff that I could probably talk to you all day. So I tried to really condense things down. So please, if you have questions, pop them in that box, send them through the chat, and I'm happy to stop throughout my talk to answer them for you. And it can be questions, especially as we get to the end, if it's a kind of a specific question, maybe to you or your family, but that other people could benefit from hearing, feel free to ask that as well. So we'll talk about an example later about what to say when your child tells you they know they're supposed to cat, they just don't want to. It's pretty typical. So anyways, my talk is updated mental health guidelines for people with spina bifida and their families. Hey, sorry, oh, there we go. Okay, so what is mental health? So when we talk about mental health, we talk about emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It impacts how we think, how we feel, and how we behave. And there is kind of a pattern between what we think, how we feel, and how we behave. And so when we talk about therapy, we talk about changing those thoughts, like what we're thinking. For example, if you were, you went up to a group of, and I usually use this for my kids, but you went up to a group of kids at school and they were all laughing and you came up to them and they stopped laughing, what would you think? Most people would say, I would think they were talking about me. And how would that make you feel? You'd probably be sad and down, maybe embarrassed. And then how would you behave? And you might just kind of shut down for the rest of the day because that first automatic thought was something negative about yourself, right? So if we use that same situation and flip it, and so same thing, you go up to a group of kids, they were laughing, they stopped laughing, and your immediate thought is, oh, Michael must have just told them the story about what happened last night at the football game. That was hilarious. And if that's your thought, then you're going to feel happy and at part of the group, right? And how are you going to behave? You're probably going to have a pretty good day because you started your day out laughing, not thinking poorly about yourself. So when we think about that, it's a triangle. It really focuses on what you're thinking. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later because it comes into play. It's really important when we're talking about depression and anxiety. So our mental health also influences how we deal with stress, how we interact with others, and how we make choices. So this is the front page to the guidelines for the care of people with spina bifida. If you are not familiar with this resource, I highly, highly recommend you all look at it. There's also a mobile app that you can download from the website too. And the website's down there at the bottom, but it's Spina Bifida Association. You could just Google SBA guidelines. And this is the index page for the 4th edition that came out, I believe it was 2018. And as you can see underneath that second section, psychosocial context for self-management, there are family functioning, mental health, self-management, independence, and quality of life. And so each one of those is something that is found to be important by experts in the field of treating people with spina bifida. And you can see, I mean, it's a pretty decent sized section. I am really excited and honored to say that I am chairing the Family Functioning Committee of the new revised guidelines that will be coming out. And I'm part of the mental health group as well. And so the information that I'm going to give you today is what is going to show up in the newest mental health guidelines. So you kind of get a sneak peek. It's not dramatically different from what it has been in the past, but we definitely have learned stuff, especially in terms of protective factors and how we can help people cope better. So people with spina bifida have medical conditions that go along with it, right? Might have hydrocephalus, impaired sensation, neurogenic bladder, seizure disorders. But then there's also the psychosocial pieces that go along to it. So there's anxiety, depression, sexual relationships, treatment compliance. And these are all intertwined with each other. And so it's really important that when we treat a patient with spina bifida and their family, that we really think about both the medical and the psychosocial piece. And I will say one thing about working, I work full-time in pediatric urology at Cook with 4 surgeons. And one of the things that they'll tell you is they can do what they would consider, quote unquote, a perfect surgery, right? But if the family doesn't understand what the postoperative care plan is, if the kiddo is not consistently self-capping when they're supposed to, you know, all of they're not doing ACE flushes, all of these things are important. And so the surgery itself can be done really well, but most of them will tell you that the most important part of it is the psychosocial piece. Who's helping to take care of the kiddo and stuff after surgery. Oh, and if y'all are any of my patients, you might see your pictures pop up, of course, with your permission. So we talk about kind of 3 different groups of people. So we have parents of people with spina bifida. We have kind of childhood patients with spina bifida, I guess 4 technically, and then adolescents, young adult, and then adults with spina bifida. And I'm, again, going to briefly touch on each of these groups, but feel free to send in those questions because, again, I could give a talk, an hour-long talk on each one of these. So parents of a child with spina bifida are at increased risk for having higher levels of anxiety, high levels of depression, and more parental stress. They also perceive their child to be more vulnerable. And so how does that affect their parenting? Is that they can be more overprotective. So if you are worried about your child getting sick or worried about how they're going to do on the playground, you tend to help them a little bit more, right? And so that dependence, while it's really important when they're little, as the child grows, those parents have to learn how to kind of step back. And that's often a point of conflict. So when we talk about family conflict is typically more around when the kiddo is 12, 13, 14, and is starting to have to be responsible for their care, but they're a teenager. The other thing is that especially moms after birth are at increased risk for postpartum depression. And so this is something that we work with at our facility. We start prenatally and meet the families and really try to put some services into place for them because we know that they're going to have a rough road ahead of them. So what can these parents do? So if you look at the data, and this is all from research studies, so improvement in partnerships. So whether that means a marriage, a significant other, even kind of co-parenting, whether it's a parent and a grandparent, whatever it is, the relationship between the adults who are taking care of the child is super important. And we'll talk a little bit about how we could potentially do that. Also, increase social support, and especially spina bifida specific support groups. So just like we're doing here, right? Doing an education day, y'all meeting each other, getting to talk to other moms, because I tell families all the time, I can tell you what the literature says, and I can tell you what my experience has been being in this world for the last 15 years. But the reality is I don't know what it's like to have a baby with spina bifida. And so in our clinic, we have a family advisory council. And so those parents help to make sure that we are addressing the needs of parents of new babies with spina bifida. And then our parents also serve as parent mentors. So, they are much better at explaining feelings and understanding all of that. And it wouldn't be fair for me to think that I know what that's like. Some other ways that you can improve coping. So increased communication with medical providers. And this is one of those areas where we talk about uncertainties. So not really understanding your child's diagnosis, not really knowing what the prognosis looks like, what treatment is going to include, all of that. So the more you understand of that, the less uncertainty you will have. And so my job, and my patients laugh when I tell them my favorite thing is to tell one of the surgeons that they did something that made the kiddo or the parent mad. So to give them that feedback, like, hey, you said this, or leaving the room, and then there's the surgeon will leave the room, and I'll say to the parent, okay, what do you understand about the surgery that you're going to get ready to consent to? And they're not sure. So then it's going back to the surgeon and having him or her come back into the room and start again. And so I really like to be in the room with our surgeons when we talk about surgery planning. And I always say I'm asking questions of the surgeons that the parents don't know they should be asking, right? Because none of us know what we don't know. So individual and couples therapy, and you're going to see the therapy pop up quite a bit actually. But that's always an option. And then also medication. It's okay if you need some help to manage your anxiety. It's okay if you need to get on meds for depression. Just especially if this is the first time in your life that you've ever tried medication for anxiety or depression, the chances of you having to stay on it lifelong is not extremely high. And I don't want to give you numbers because I don't know those data off the top of my head. But it's okay to do a trial for a few months to really get you through that, first few months in the surgery and the NICU stay and all of the stress that comes along with it. So why do we care so much about parents? Well, I'm a parent and I love parents, but we know that parental adjustment is the best predictor of child adjustment. So we know if we can get our parents coping well with the diagnosis, understanding it, they are the ones that are going to have the children who are most likely to also be coping well. And sorry, I'm just going to check this chat box real quick. Actually, Bree, would you mind if a question pops up in there, would you mind just letting me know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
We have
perfect.
one so far. Do you want me to sort of just interject, or do you want to wait until the end? It's up to you.
No, you can go ahead and interject whenever people have questions. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So the first question was, I find my biggest mental health beast is PTSD. Do you know if that's common or if it's just me? That comes from Elizabeth.
Yes. So Elizabeth, it is absolutely common, unfortunately. And it's one of those things that we haven't studied extremely well. We know that PTSD due to medical trauma is a real thing. I have quite a few kids in my clinic who are dealing with it right now. And I don't know kind of if you're a parent, if you're affected, I'm not sure where you are kind of on that spectrum. But we know that patients with spina bifida are, they have surgeries, they have things done to their bodies that they didn't necessarily consent to, right? And sometimes those surgeries have to be done for medical reasons. We have to protect kidneys. Our surgeons don't like to operate if they don't have to, but then that causes that trauma. And so we're going to talk a little bit about actually kind of the next section when we talk about what we can do to help kids cope. And that will be kind of the same thing that we can think about more long-term for our adults and parents. But Elizabeth, feel free to ask a question again later if I haven't answered that for you, but you are not alone. Just know you are not alone. So one of the things that I say most often in my clinic is anxiety is contagious. So if you are somebody who is not anxious by nature and you are in a room with somebody who is anxious, you're going to end up feeling anxious, right? So when we have a parent who's anxious, their child is going to feed off of that. The child is going to be more anxious. And so sometimes I tell parents, look, You have to fake it until you make it. When you go in that room with your kiddo in the pre-op area, you have to figure out, what breathing can you do? How can you calm yourself down so that you can project to your child and model for your child that everything is going to be okay. And yes, your child has a right to be scared. They have a right to be nervous. All of that is true. But then we talk about what are those things that we have in place so that we can make sure that we're addressing the concerns of the child. Plans are really important. Oh, sorry, hang on, I lost. Okay, there we go. When we think about our kids' behavior, as a parent, remember that children's emotional distress often comes out as physical behaviors. So these can be tantrums, they can be meltdowns, they can be stomach aches and headaches, and they wake up in the morning and their stomach hurts and they don't want to go to school. It's very possible that there's something going on at school that they're avoiding. Whether or not they even realize it is something else. But we know that our mental health can directly affect our physical health. And the other thing to keep in mind, especially when we start talking about depression, is that children's sadness, and especially teenagers, sadness can manifest as irritability. So I would argue that when we're looking at a diagnosis of depression for a teenager, rather than sad and down and depressed, I would say irritable. And so again, sometimes parents say, well, my child's not sad, they're just super moody and all of those things. And so sadness manifests itself in different ways. And anger is a secondary emotion. It's easier to be angry than it is to have to admit why you're angry, right? Because typically that sadness comes from feeling alone, feeling left out, whatever those kind of negative feelings are. And so, sorry, I continue. So children, what are children at risk for? And I don't want this to come across as kind of a doom and gloom presentation either. I just wanted to make y'all aware of what you can look out for, and then we'll talk about how to address it. Because Elizabeth, I don't want people to feel alone, right? Your question about PTSD, it's very relevant. So children are at risk for having symptoms of depression, anxiety. PTSD would fall under that. Neuropsychological deficits. So these are what we consider higher order or executive functioning. And these are tasks such as planning and shifting your attention, and a lot of tasks that are consistent with what we see in kids with ADHD. And so those neuropsych effects can affect everything at school, can affect social situations. Sometimes our kids aren't able to control their impulses. So they're really kind of in your face and have a lot of energy. We also know that kiddos are at risk for having lower health-related quality of life, having social difficulties. And again, whether that is difficulties in terms of being able to interact with people, or whether it is being a full-time wheelchair user and having a playground potentially that's not completely accessible. We do know that kids with spina bifida are less likely than their healthy peers to see friends and have social interactions outside of school. And then they have less autonomy. So they're more connected to their parents, they're more dependent on their parents. And again, that makes sense, right? So when we think about earlier, parents have to be more overprotective than you would for a typical child, because you have to be watching out for signs of shunt malfunction, and you have to be cathing your kiddo, and you have to be looking for UTI, and you have to be checking for sores, right? So all of those things, but remember that there's a level to at which you have to start kind of backing down, as difficult as it is. So coping strategies for kids, and this first one is what I was thinking of when I was talking about PTSD, but it's perceived control, right? So it's giving the child as much control of the situation as possible. And this can be something as simple as, which arm do you want us to check first for blood draws, right? You can't let a kiddo, or an adult for that matter, choose which arm you draw blood from, right? You have to look at veins and figure out where is the best spot, where's the best chance of hitting it on the first poke. So you can't necessarily say, I want you to draw from my right arm, but you can say, hey, I think my right arm's got a good vein. Can you look at that one first, right? The other thing that we talk about in our clinic is the difference between medically necessary surgery and what we call quality of life surgery. So medically necessary, again, kidneys might have hydronephrosis. They might not be functioning at 100%. We're really worried. And so our surgeon has to go in and do something, whether that's a vesicostomy or an augmentation or whatever it is. However, on the flip side, as long as our kiddos are healthy from a medical standpoint, we can talk about surgeries to help them gain continence so that they're not having urinary accidents and they're not having fecal accidents. But those surgeries, again, are more for quality of life as opposed to medical. And so in our clinic, those surgeries don't move forward until the patient agrees to them. And while there's a point at which anxiety plays a role and we do all of that, but that's kind of where that's my favorite part of my job, honestly, is really getting kids ready for these procedures. And then saying to the surgeon, okay, they're ready. They understand what's going to happen. They know they're going to have pain. They know what their belly is going to look like when they wake up. I always say that I've done my job if when your child wakes up, they don't freak out by what they see in their belly, right? Because it's not pretty, especially in the beginning. But most of our kids, the vast majority of our kids will tell you that it was worth it down the line when they're wearing underwear to school, something they never thought was possible. When we talk about those neuropsych deficits, this is where it's really important, parents, for you to get 504 for your kiddo. A 504 plan is a plan if your child only needs physical accommodations. So might need to go to the nurse's office to catheterize, might need to use the elevator to go up to a different floor, those types of things. Once you start talking about neuropsych needs, so difficulties with comprehension and potentially learning disabilities and those kinds of things, you need to elevate that 504 to what's called an IEP, an individual education plan. And that is something that within the IEP, you can address the physical accommodations as well as the academic accommodations, because those are really important. I always tell parents, push for an IEP. 504 plans are less work for the school, right? And so if your kiddo is getting all the accommodations necessary and you can keep it under a 504, that's great. But if you can't, if you need extra help, that's where that IEP comes in. And then also getting our kiddos involved in adaptive sports and adaptive activities has been shown to really help with mental health. In addition, it puts them into contact with other kids like themselves. Support groups, especially Spina Bifida specific. I know we have a phenomenal camp here in North Texas called Camp TLC. It takes typically 100 kids, around 100 kids with Spina Bifida for a week away at a fully accessible camp. And our kids absolutely love it and they thrive. And I can't tell you how many times kids are text messaging their group chats while in my office, and the group chats are from their friends at camp. And again, just as we have parent mentors, we also have patient mentors, and especially in our clinic, we have some patients and we do try to match kids up just so that they can talk to somebody else who's been through what they've been through. We have quite a few kids who might be the only kids who are wheelchair users in their school, or a kiddo who is 13 and has never met another person with Spina Bifida, right? Individual therapy, if you're starting to have concerns about mental health, anxiety, depression, any of those kinds of things, individual therapy never hurts. It's not medication. It's not, a surgical intervention. It's really giving your kiddo an outlet. And most of them are not going to love it at first, but if you feel like it's important, your child better than anybody, I highly recommend it. And we'll talk at the end about some resources that you could potentially use. And then encourage independence, as hard as it is, right? So when our kiddos are little, if they're cathing, encourage them to help you get all the supplies ready. Talk them through what are the steps. First, we wash our hands, we put our gloves on, we open the catheter, all of those things, and then let them help along the way. And that very gradual transition of responsibility is the best way to really encourage independence in your kids. And it's not just with cathing, it's with everything else. I'll tell you, I have a 14-year-old son, he does not have spina bifida, but this just reminded me that we've gotten to a point where I just get a grade alert on my phone and I say, hey, I got a grade alert today. And at that point, I am not dealing with it anymore. And so it is his responsibility to log in and figure out what class that's for. And if I get more than one grade alert in a 24-hour period, that's when I go in and actually check things. And so again, really, I'm not perfect by any means, believe me, as a parent, but that's one of those things that I have found to be helpful at this point. And then adolescents and young adults are risk for anxiety and depression. And as you can see, that anxiety and depression piece flows through all of these groups of people. Intimacy concerns. This was something that I actually learned from a panel of adults a couple of years ago at a conference. And one of the gentlemen said he was married to an able-bodied woman. He worked in finance. He was very well respected. And he said that nobody had ever talked to him about whether or not he could have children. And so he started dating the woman that he ultimately married, but he said they had been together for a year before he even knew if he could father a child. And so when we talk about, when I asked him, what are things that you wish you would have been told, you know, in your pediatric clinic or in your transition program? And he definitely talked about intimacy and that that's something that we need to know. And so it's something that I kind of sprinkle throughout my treatment with our family. So one of the things I do talk to the parents about when the babies are born is that, you know, we would expect that their child would be able to be a biological parent, whether they need some help from artificial reproductive technology. Sorry, I totally blinked on that. Or not, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But there are also plenty of able-bodied people who also rely on that ART. But also intimacy concerns that you could potentially impregnate somebody. I can't tell you how many times I've seen big eyes in my clinic. I had one kid tell me, oh, I thought because I was in a wheelchair that I couldn't get somebody pregnant. So again, those are important conversations to have. They have increased dependence on parents. We've talked about that. And then family conflict. And this is where kind of that adolescence, and those of you who are raising a child with spina bifida or any chronic illness, you have, you know, extra stuff to deal with around adolescence. I had our nurse practitioner say to me recently, so-and-so is here today. Courtney, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, he's always been perfect. He caths every 4 hours, takes his medicine. She said he came in for urodynamics. He hasn't taken his oxybutynin in 8 weeks. He's not cathing. His mom is having to cath him because he's waiting so long. I don't know what's going on with him. And I looked at her and I said, Lauren, he's a 13-year-old boy. Like, that's it, right? Could there be other things going on? Absolutely. But the reality is that adolescence is a time where nobody wants to have to do these things, right? Take medications, catheterize, do whatever it is, go to PT and OT. And so this is just kind of a spot where you could definitely find conflict. Bree, I just saw you pop back on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a couple of stories that people are posting, not really questions, but just, you know, their experiences with mental health. Elizabeth was expanding a little bit on the PTSD and how she had gone through a significant like physical journey in terms of just trying to get physically better, that it felt like her mind is playing catch up because she was just in physical survival mode for so long that she didn't have time to deal with what was really happening. But it's a topic, you know, sharing on mental health and spina bifida is a topic she feels very passionate about. And so she just wanted to share that story. And then Christy was also speaking as an adult with spina bifida about just when professionals use patronizing words, tones of voice or verbiage, that they don't listen to the person with spina bifida because they're attributing the symptoms to something other than what the patient is telling them about. And it usually turns out that it's truly a physical or medical issue that needed to be addressed, but they weren't listening to the person who actually knew what they were feeling and what's going on. And if I didn't catch everything, Elizabeth and Christy, that you had posted, feel free to correct me. But thank you for sharing your stories.
Yes, absolutely. And that is exactly what you said, y'all. It's so important, right? That you're in survival mode from a physical standpoint. And that's what your neurosurgeon, surgeons, we laugh about this in our clinic, surgeons don't really like feelings, right? They like to go in and fix things and then move on. They don't like too much. Yeah, they have to be able to separate kind of their emotional functioning from what they do at work. And it's really important to be a good surgeon. But then the kind of downside of that is then you need somebody else who's going to come in and do the opposite, because you would never want me operating on you. I promise it would not be pretty. But it is true. And then listening to our patients and families, and I remind our docs all the time, and remind myself, because again, I am not perfect. And if I say anything in this webinar that y'all find to be patronizing or offensive in any way, please let me know. You can put it in the chat, you can email me after, because I certainly don't want to be contributing to that. But I know I'm sure there are things that come out of my mouth that I don't even realize are affecting people the way they are. And then sometimes I say something and think like, oh gosh, that was really not the right thing to say, but it already came out. So let's keep going. Let's figure out what we're going to do with it. But yes, as a parent, if you are really concerned there's something wrong with your kiddo, you keep pushing until you get an answer. And as someone who was affected, it's the same thing. Like, that something in your body has changed. And you probably are tired of people telling you it's in your head, right? And so it's okay to pursue that and to advocate for yourself. It's really important to advocate for yourself. Because I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. You can finish your thought. We have another question.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Kristen asked, how and where do I find a counselor? I've tried to get into our Spina Bifida clinic, but no one will respond back, and I'm looking for counseling.
Yes. So at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you kind of some places you can look for resources. Well, first of all, if you're trying to get into the Cook Children's Spina Bifida clinic and no one has called you back, that is a huge problem that I'm concerned about. I am technically on medical leave right now, but if y'all reach out, I will get you in. Like, we will make it work, and it would break my heart to know that somebody is trying to get in and can't. Having said that, there is a website called psychologytoday.com. And it's one of my most favorite resources to use, especially in Texas. We have families that travel hours to see us. And I certainly don't know therapists in all of the different areas. So that's kind of one place to go. As an adult, again, and when you look at Psychology Today, you can put in what insurance you have, you can put in kind of medical conditions or whatever it is to try to find somebody who matches up best with you. And I always tell people, if you're going to try a new therapist, go at least 3 times. If after the 3rd time you don't like them, it's okay. And you can even ask them for another referral. Like, I've had people that have come to see me and said, like, yeah, we're not vibing. Like, I need to see somebody else. And I can say, well, you should see my colleague, Emily. She and I are very different. We work really well together, but we're just very different in the way we approach things. So if you don't like how I'm approaching it, I feel fairly confident you're going to like how she approaches it. And the opposite happens too, right? I have kids who say, you're the first person I've been able to talk to about this, or you're the first person that knows anything about spina bifida. And so I don't have to explain my medical condition to you. We can just talk about, where I am and where to go from here. So, definitely. And honestly, if you're having trouble, I said for our North Texas clinic, but if you're having trouble getting into a clinic, you can always reach out to me too, and I can help you try to navigate that process, even if it's not ours, because I think that's super important. Okay, so coping strategies for adolescents. So that same kind of adaptive sports and activities, and I know y'all just heard a lot about that. That transfer of responsibility. So in our clinic, we talk about, we don't use age as the point at which kids start being responsible for their medication and their cathing and all of that. It's really based on development. So it is very unique to each child, adolescent, adult, in terms of when they are developmentally ready to take on this responsibility. And it starts with, teaching your child. I just had I'm an 18-year-old patient, and no one has ever taught him how to refill a prescription. And when he calls, he gets really, really anxious, and he stutters when he gets anxious. So he can't call the pharmacy. So we had to download the CVS app and log into his profile. And now all he does is he clicks the button refill, and the refill gets sent to his house, right? So helping our kids to learn those steps is really important. So when you start doing things like calling to make appointments, calling to refill prescriptions, put your phone on speaker and just let your, child, adolescent, young adult, hear the words that you're using and how you're asking for what you need, because that modeling, again, is super important. So adults with spina bifida are at risk for declines in health-related quality of life. And we think a lot of this is related to transition to adult healthcare. Any of you who have made that transition know the adult world and the pediatric world could not be any more different. And I should have put it on here. There's a hilarious TikTok about, maybe if I can find it, I can have them send it to you, but a guy who, it must be his first time in an adult clinic, right? And he's saying, what do you mean you don't have animals painted on the walls? And what do you mean I'm not getting a sticker or a sucker for having my blood drawn? And what do you mean I'm not, and so that transition is really important. And hopefully those of you who are affiliated with the spina bifida program, in pediatrics, that there is a plan in place to help you transition to adult providers. A lot of adult providers, and I'm speaking kind of from, I can speak from the urology standpoint and the ortho standpoint, but in terms of a lot of times the adult providers are overwhelmed by our patients with spina bifida and are concerned that they're too complex and that they don't fully understand the diagnosis and understand the surgeries that have happened, and so they're reluctant, right, to take them on as patients. So I will say that currently in our clinic we're still seeing quite a few of our adults for both urology and orthopedics, because we're having a hard time with insurance and finding providers in the adult world who feel competent and comfortable treating them. And we certainly don't want them being lost to follow-up. And so we just have our older kids, and then our teenagers and our young adults. We know that adults with spina bifida are at increased risk for having lower rates of unemployment as compared to healthy peers. More financial dependence on parents. Obviously, those two things kind of go hand in hand, right? And then depression. And I'm not sure why I didn't put anxiety on here, because anxiety definitely is on here as well. And so let's talk about what kind of coping strategies. So again, that transition to adult healthcare is super important in terms of your physical health, right? Vocational training. So, if you're somebody who has maybe some neurocognitive difficulties that, are making it hard for you to figure out kind of a career path, maybe look at some vocational training programs, see what else there is out there that you can do and be successful at. Continuing to do those adaptive sports and activities, continue to participating in support groups, intimate relationships, talking to your partners about, your condition. And I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm not sure kind of the age range of the people who are watching right now, but, there are different positions that can be utilized in terms of protecting hips and balance and trunk control and all of those. And so that's something that can be discussed. Individual therapy, again, is always a great thing to talk to somebody. And then that should be financial independence. So, being able to go out and make your own money and have a job and be less dependent on your parent or caregiver. Okay, so sorry, those are my dogs if you can hear them. So we're going to move and kind of look specifically at anxiety and depression, just because these pop up everywhere. Anxiety and depression have quite a few symptoms that overlap. So things like agitation, irritability, fatigue, problems concentrating, sleep problems, pain, muscle tension, all of those things could be symptoms of either anxiety and or depression. And then when we look kind of further out, how do they differ? So, right, so depression is having depressed mood, a loss of interest or pleasure. So this is called anhedonia, and this is one of those things that you lose interest in something that you used to really enjoy doing. So, you know, you were somebody who really loved crocheting and you're not crocheting anymore. Or you're somebody who really loved going and playing tennis and you're not doing that anymore. Problems with appetite. Some of us eat our feelings. Some of us can't eat when we're having depressed feelings. Feelings of worthlessness, suicidal ideation, low self-esteem. The flip side of that is anxiety. So anxiety is more of a physiological symptom as opposed to more of a psychological symptom, if that makes sense. So anxiety is having dry mouth, maybe having some heart palpitations, stuttering, trembling, just being really worried. But just something to kind of keep in mind. So, depression involves hopelessness. And this is kind of in regards to treatment compliance and following up with recommendations. But compliance can be affected if a patient doesn't have optimism that their behavior will make a difference. It doesn't matter. Like I'm not going to get any better, so why do you care if I cap? It's often associated with social isolation and withdrawal from family and friends, whose emotional support and assistance could be really helpful. So again, oftentimes this happens during that period of adolescence, right? They're in their rooms with the door closed, you're not cool anymore, they don't want to spend time with you. But the reality is we need to make sure that the way that our teenagers are coping is in a positive, healthy coping way and not shutting everybody out, you know, only wanting to eat dinner in their rooms. Please, if there's one thing I can tell you, don't let your teenager eat dinner alone in their rooms. Make them come down and eat with somebody else, whether it's the whole family, whether it's one person. Don't let them do that alone. Depression can also be associated with deficits in cognitive functioning. So literally you can be so depressed that your brain, those neurochemicals in your brain, neurotransmitters, are not at the levels at which they need to be. And it can affect your ability to remember things like medications and other treatment recommendations. One of the things about depression and its relationship to other things is it's typically linear. So over on the left, you can see depression and productivity. So if you're working, oh, sorry, there's a typo too. As your depression increases or gets worse, your productivity decreases and gets worse, right? So if someone is incredibly depressed and goes into work, they're not going to be very productive. The other flip side is that depression is highly correlated with other distress. And another typo, sorry, y'all, including anxiety and uncertainty. And so on this graph, as you can see, the more depressed you are, the more other types of distress you can have, okay? And so anxiety is different, right? So there's an overlap with those symptoms that we talked about. But anxiety does not have a linear relationship to outcomes like depression does. In fact, there's what we call an optimal level of anxiety. So if you look at this graph, so arousal level is anxiety and performance quality is how well you do something, right? So if you have no anxiety, you're bored, you're apathetic, you really just don't care, you don't have any motivation to do your work. Right? So you need to have some level of anxiety, right? I don't want to let somebody down. I have a deadline I have to meet. You know, there's people counting on me. I have a grade, all of those things. And so that level of arousal or anxiety is what is going to end up giving you the best performance quality, right? So you're motivated to do well and you do well. If we keep going down this axis where we have high anxiety, this can be paralyzing. Like anxiety, knowing I have so much to do, I don't even know where to start, right? Those kinds of feelings. And so when we talk about depression and anxiety, they really are different in terms of how they affect us. This is something, one of my favorite things. I'm sorry, this is small, especially for those of you who are on mobile devices, you probably can't see anything, but computers. So thinking traps, and this is something you can Google as well. And so thinking traps typically go along with people who have depression or anxiety. And there are a lot of them. And for example, one of my favorite things is black and white thinking. So it's when we look at situations in terms of extremes. So either things are good or bad, a success or a failure. So black and white, right? And what we need to think is there's always gray in the middle. So for example, if you think anything less than perfect is a failure, you're setting yourself up for this black and white thinking. Or I plan to eat only healthy foods, but I had a piece of chocolate cake, so now my diet is completely ruined, right? If you do any diet plans, they'll tell you, get back on your horse, keep going, right? One bad day is not a reason to throw everything away. Let's see. So should statements. Try not to use the word should when you're talking about yourself. So you don't want to tell yourself how you should, how you must, or how you ought to behave. So I should never feel anxious. I must control my feelings. I should never make mistakes. And you really want to flip those around to wanting to do those things or not wanting to do those things, right? Like, oh, instead of me saying, oh, I know I really should exercise every day, I'm going to say, I'm just not going to. I don't want to. I'm just not going to put forth the effort to make that happen, right? But should statements make you feel poorly about yourself? So coping in general, what do people want? We all want to feel loved and to belong. So feeling secure and that relatedness, having that relationship with other people, that connection, that emotional connection. We want to feel good about who we are. So that self-esteem. To feel that we're good at something, having confidence that you can do something, feeling competent, whether this is related to school or a job or an activity, sport, whatever it is. And then to also feel a sense of independence. So to have autonomy, but also with boundaries and limits, right? So being able to have somebody, being able to call a parent or an adult if you can't figure out how to refill this prescription because you've been doing it this way through the app and now all of a sudden it can't be done. So being able to do that by yourself, but then also having those kind of supports in place. And we all do that, right? It's always helpful to have somebody that we can kind of go to and can help set limits for us. This isn't specifically just for spina bifida. This is kind of for all people. And so some coping strategies. And again, this isn't necessarily specific to spina bifida, but it's for all of our own mental health and functioning. Open the lines of communication. And if any of you come to Cook, if you know Dr. Taylor, she tells us this all the time, but her stepdad, when she goes to talk to him, he says, are you coming to me for advice or support? So he wants to prepare himself. Am I just sitting and listening, or am I going to try to offer some sort of problem solving, right? And that's important because sometimes we just want to be able to vent to somebody and we don't want that person to try to fix our problems. Whereas the other side, sometimes we've been, maybe ruminating or really thinking about it in our heads. And now we need somebody to help us problem solve and put things on the table. And so how do you know if someone's listening to you? And that's empathic, active listening. And we'll talk about that in just a second. And then how does it feel to know you've been heard? Right. So communication, and this is something that I'm a pediatric psychologist. That's what I do. So most of my stuff goes back to kids, but this can go for any of us. So find a consistent way to ask your child about their day. And I put this picture of being in the car because I swear I want to say nightmares, but not really, just memories of being in the car and having my mom ask a question and realizing there's no way out at that point, that I was stuck and had to talk. So sometimes in the car, I really, as a mom, I like the before bed. So when you're tucking your kiddo in, asking what good thing happened today, asking if anything bad happened today. and then telling your child something good that happened to you. And you can do this over the dinner table. You can do this, you know, if you work nights and your kids go to bed, you can do it over the phone. The nice thing about this is if you do it consistently, and it doesn't have to be every night, it can be every other night, a couple of times a week, whatever. But if there's something going on in your child's life and they don't know how to start the conversation with you, they know that in the next day or two, you're going to ask, did anything bad happen? And then they can start talking, right? And please remember, parent problems are not child problems. So if you are stressed and going through something as an adult, it's important that you find other adults to lean on, to talk to, not to burden children with problems that they cannot affect or change, right? So again, it gives your child confidence that you're going to open the door to start these conversations. They can be really difficult for kids to initiate. And your response will determine if your kids tell you things in the future. So this is something, I don't think I have a slide about it, but just because I'm a psychologist and I have to talk about it, but suicide, your child or your friend or anybody tells you that they're feeling suicidal, you know, the way you respond in that moment will determine whether or not they ever reach out to you again. If you freak out and start yelling and screaming and call 911 and do all of these things, it's not likely they're going to tell you again, right? So if you can somehow stay calm, even though as a parent, hearing your child say that is absolutely heartbreaking, right? Stay calm, asking somebody if they have a plan. So people used to think that if you ask somebody if they have a plan for suicide, that that's going to increase the risk that they attempt suicide. And the data actually say that is not true. If there is a plan, if the person has a plan, especially if they're able to have access to it. So for example, if someone said, I would shoot myself in the head, and you say, oh, do you have any firearms in your house? And he or she says, yes, I have 5 handguns in my safe, right? That person is at high risk. Those people need to go to the emergency room. They need to be seen by a medical professional. So improving communication. So what is empathic active listening? It's kind of a 3-step process. It's 1, rephrasing what you've heard, validating what the person is saying, and normalizing those feelings. And so this goes back to Dr. Taylor's dad asking, do you want support or do you want advice, right? So for example, if a child says, they come home from school and you say, did you cath today? And they say, I knew I was supposed to catheterize, but I didn't because I just didn't want to do it, which is understandable, right? So how do you respond to that? I think typically our first response, our first reaction is to jump in and explain why they have to catheterize, why it's important. They know that, right? I mean, our patients understand, our teenagers certainly understand, our adults understand, but the reality is they just don't want to do it. And that's okay and understandable. So we start with rephrasing. So saying something like, it sounds like you're really tired of having to catheterize every 3 hours. And they can look at you and say, yeah, it's terrible. Every time I start doing something, like I have to leave and go catheterize, and I always have to leave the games at recess or leave my friends, or I can't even sit through the whole movie, whatever it is. And then to validate. So I can understand why you'd be frustrated. Having to stop what you're doing every 3 hours must be really annoying. Like that makes sense, right? And then normalize. And I hope this doesn't offend anybody. Teenagers think it's really cool when I say it sucks to have to catheterize. With kids, I usually say it stinks. But it sucks to have to do that, right? And I say I wouldn't want to do it either. Just like I wouldn't want to have to test my blood sugar multiple times a day if I had diabetes. And I wouldn't want to have to take medication twice a day for whatever. I have to do some of those things, but I don't want to, right? And so I get it. It's normal. Nobody would choose to do these kinds of things. And this conversation can really help you get to a place where you can problem solve. For example, if your child says, yeah, it's really annoying because I have to leave math class, or I get to math class 10 minutes late every day because I have to catheterize, go to the nurse, and then I missed the assignment, and then I have to ask for extra help, and it's a pain. But that gives you a perfect spot to start problem solving. Like, oh my gosh, well, let's figure out how can we change times? How can we work around that so that you're not missing the beginning of class? Maybe we need to shift it so you miss the last 10 minutes of the class before, right? And then you're capping, but then you get to math class on time, because missing the end of a class, you know, could be easier than missing the beginning of a class, depending on the class. But once your child, your friend, your parent, whoever it is, feels like you're hearing what they're saying, they're gonna be more likely to problem solve with you, as opposed to, you know, just telling them you need to do this because you have neurogenic bladder and they know that. So sorry, Bree. Hi.
No worries. Just letting people know that we're wrapping this up. We've got about 5 minutes left.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, y'all.
But if you have questions, make sure you're submitting them to the chat, and yep, just giving you a little time update.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to kind of run through these. So actually, the good news is I've done the majority of my talk, but so a couple ideas for kids. One of my favorite things is coping skills bingo. So what you're going to do is identify a list of coping skills for children. I'm going to show you one in just a minute, but you can Pinterest, you can Google. Have your child look through the list and figure out what coping skills they might like to use. So take the dog for a so this one. So take the dog for a walk, maybe watch your favorite movie, go for a jog, talk to a friend, play a video game. And then they can take this bingo card. You can make it as big or as small as you want. And in each box, put in one of those coping skills. And then you can challenge them to, you know, okay, so can you make a straight line? Can you do 4 corners? Can you fill the board? Whatever it is, and then reward them for getting a bingo. And then the nice thing about choosing just a few is that you can update them, right? Like, oh, I'm so tired of this journaling, I want to do something else. So you can always have them coming up with other ideas. And the more they practice, the easier it is for them to identify these coping skills that might help them in the moment. So, right, as they're, maybe they can visualize their bingo board, or what do they have to do to make a bingo? And it just makes it a little bit easier. And sometimes you can remind them, hey, you seem really stressed out right now. Why don't you go check that bingo board, see if there's anything you could do. It's just kind of a fun way to, to show kids how they can deal with their stress. And then finally, finding resources. So Spina Bifida Association is a great resource. Again, those guidelines are on their website. The app is available through their website. Social media through Facebook groups. I know our Spina Bifida Association of North Texas has a group for our moms. There are, if you're looking for therapists, there are always county mental health options. You can literally Google the name of your county and mental health, and the information will pop up. There is that Psychology Today website, which I highly, highly recommend as a place to start if you're looking for a therapist. And then a list of families to share contact information. And that's something that we do, again, within our clinic. And then a couple other things. So in-person support groups, whether it's through an agency, whether it's through the hospital. And for our parents, we're working on getting that done, I promise. And then there are places like the NIH, NINDS, and NICHD, who often have research studies and stuff going on, and also great resources in terms of their websites. So questions, and then just showing, this is for all of our non-Texas people, because I'm not a Texan, right? By birth. And so this is something that you do every April. You take your kids out and you put them in a field of these blue bonnets that, so I know this is not related, but it's a fun story. So they only bloom for like 4 to 6 weeks, maybe a year. And they're all like regulated. So if there are blue bonnets in a field, you're not allowed to mow the field until they reach a certain point of pollination, or I don't know all the specifics. But anyways, the funniest thing is that these are always like right off the side of the highway. You literally like pull over. I'm like, oh, bluebonnets. You pull over and you make your kids take pictures. And I just reminded my kids today that it's April, and so it's going to be almost time for bluebonnets, and you can tell they were thrilled. So on that note, okay, questions?
We don't currently have any questions in the
Okay.
chat box. Your presentation was so thorough and well articulated that I just really appreciate you being able to explain so well the nature of family dynamics, all of the complexities of having a spina bifida diagnosis, and even just like any person that can be struggling with everyday normal like mental health things. And these are all super hot, like super great tools to be putting in our toolboxes to be able to use. I even wrote down that coping skills bingo because I work with kids, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's golden right there. So
it's one of my favorites. So the kids in my clinics have probably heard that, so I apologize, but sorry, my nose is itchy. Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for coming. And I don't know if y'all are sharing email addresses after, but you're more than welcome to share that. And I hope it was helpful for y'all.
Yes, it absolutely was. Thank you. And if you don't mind sharing your PowerPoint with Robin, I think we're going to be sharing all of the resources with everyone who's in attendance today in a follow-up email. And so we'd love to get those different visuals out to people. So
Awesome.
Thank you again.
Yes, and so I will actually, on my PowerPoint, I'll put my email address on the front slide. So if anyone's looking for it, that's where it is. And I will point out, Courtney does not have a U. So annoying. But if you send it to Courtney with a U, I won't get it. But thanks again, y'all. Have a good day. Have a good Saturday.
Yes, you as well.
Right,
Thank
take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so we are getting ready now to welcome Dr. Pamela Murphy. She is our next speaker, who will be giving a presentation on bowel and bladder health. So again, if you're with us, if you're sticking with us through this education day, we've had so many wonderful speakers. Their expertise is really invaluable. So if you're still here, I hope you're feeling just as excited as I am about all of the information that's being shared. And so remember, as we're going into this, questions are always welcome. Again, throughout the duration of this next hour, we're going to have Dr. Pamela Murphy come up, and we'll get to your questions for as quickly as we can, hopefully before the end of the session. And after Dr. Pamela Murphy finishes speaking, we're going to have another break before we move to our small groups or our breakout groups. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to read through Dr. Murphy's bio, and then I will leave it in your very capable hands. So Dr. Pamela Murphy, MD, is a pediatrician with a long history of care of individuals with special health care needs. Since 2007, she has been the lead physician at the Myelomeningocele Planning Clinic at the Children's Rehabilitative Services in Phoenix. And since 2016 has been the principal investigator for the Phoenix Clinic's participation in the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry. She is a lead author of a novel case series on environmental buttocks burns in children and teens with spina bifida in the social work published in the Pediatric Journal of Rehabilitative Medicine in 2019. Some of the main goals of the clinic are social continence and independent care, which she is quite passionate about. And Dr. Murphy, I do want to let you know that we've already received several questions in the chat about the bladder and bowel management. And so I'm sure that you'll be answering many of those questions as you go on. So I'll let you just kind of get started, and I'll bring up relevant questions as you go forth. But with that, welcome. And we're excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thanks to Sherry Reynolds, our executive director of our Arizona chapter. I'm in Phoenix, and I could talk about spina bifida for a few hours, so I will have to be careful about how long I speak. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Sorry, I'm slow at this tech stuff, and we're gonna do the slideshow function here. And not sure where the rest of that slide went, but I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. Oh, I see what's happening. So I did not realize I had done this to this slide. So we're going to talk about bladder and bowel health and spina bifida today. And yeah, please stop me and ask questions as we go. And please let me know if if there's any problems with the audio or if I'm too loud or too soft. Objectives, I'm so used to making sure I have objectives on a talk. So we're going to learn about bladder and bowel health and spina bifida. We're going to discuss the importance of protection of the kidney and discuss the importance of social continence, which I'm very passionate about. And then we'll review the many options for management of bowel continence, especially. So these are my two favorite icons. I am a pediatrician. I know there's adults on the education program today. I do note that I usually talk to kids, so I'm talking about pee and poop. And yesterday I went into the adult clinic because they needed someone to come in, and I saw some young adults, and I had to change my words that I use, talking about tummy and needing to adjust to address them as adults. So I apologize if I come across sounding like a pediatrician. I'd like to first start, I know most of you know this, spina bifida has open and closed defects. And so on the far right, we have myelomeningocele, and this is where the nerves at the end of the spine are kind of caught up in this ball on the outside, and people with myelomeningocele are either repaired in utero or in the first day of life because it needs to be closed. The meningocele is more a closed defect as opposed to an open defect, and those people may have surgery at a later time, and you will see the skin covering when they are young before it is repaired. So sometimes when I'm referring to bladder and bowel issues, I will be referring to myelomeningocele or the non-myelomeningocele. But I think this group probably knows this well. What I find interesting is that when we talk about the bladder, we usually think of it as just a balloon and it holds the urine and then we let the urine out. It is way more complex than that, and thank goodness we have urologists who specialize in this and take very good care of all of our spina bifida patients, family members, and individuals. So what I'm showing here on the left is this is the spine, and most of you know this. We're talking about the thigh, the thoracic level 11, 12, and then lumbar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have the sacral. And most of you probably know this based on the motor function that your physical therapist has talked to you about. What level does your child or do you as an individual function at from a motor perspective? Well, this is to just show you the complexity of the nerves that control the bladder. So you can see down here the parasympathetic and sympathetic. Those are the part of the system that is non-voluntary. We think of the sympathetic as flight or fight and the parasympathetic as the status quo. And parasympathetic and sympathetic nerves work together to make everything in our body work as a status quo, but can be disrupted, as you can see. The sympathetic system goes to the bladder neck, which is very important. And then the somatic nerves are things that we have control over. So you can see how complex this is how many nerves are coming out to come into this one nerve here, how many areas of the sacral spine are the nerves coming out here and here. So it really is quite complex. And so people who have neurogenic bladders may have some function, may have no function. There certainly is a variety of ways for the person with neurogenic bladder to present with their urine symptoms. So two goals when we think of neurogenic bladder, one is to protect the kidney and the other is social continence. Those are the two main goals that we have. And the urologist is going to work very hard to be sure that they are protecting the kidney. And the urologist is, I know you have a lot of specialists who need to take care of your child or you throughout your life, but I will say that the urologist is one of the most important subspecialists who need to get to know yourself or your child and to follow you throughout life. I'd like to do a little diagrammatic thing here and really look at it in the simple way that I look at it, because I'm not a urologist. I don't do all those fancy urodynamic studies to figure out how the bladder works. But here is the bladder. Here's the urethra where we urinate from. Here are the kidneys up here that make the urine, and the urine goes down into the bladder and is held in the bladder. I usually think of the bladder as kind of a balloon or a ball or something that holds the urine. And sometimes in a neurogenic bladder, it's very loose and the urine just leaks out the urethra and you have urine leaking into the diaper on a very frequent basis. Sometimes the bladder is very high, it's more tense and there's high pressure. And sometimes the pressure is so much that it makes the urine go back up. And we call that vesicoureteral reflux. And so it goes back up. And then sometimes it goes back up further. And sometimes after a chronic period of doing this, it really causes a problem you can see on the right where the ureter is really wide and tortuous, and you get the hydronephrosis that you're always hearing about with the renal ultrasounds. And so this is what sets up damage to the kidney and development of chronic kidney disease. The statistics I have seen about people with spina bifida and neurogenic bladder who develop chronic kidney disease over the lifetime is 25 to 50%. I know that's a huge variety, but it's a lot. So it is important to really do good bladder health to prevent chronic kidney disease. One of the ways to help prevent that is to do screening. So most of you know that we need to do screening on a yearly or every other year basis. The National Spina Bifida Patient Registry that has, I think it's about 26 or 27 clinics across the country now, looked at the data that has been submitted from patients. Thank you very much if you are a participant in it. They found that 62% are screened at least every 2 years. And part of me says, only 62%? Oh my gosh, we really want that to be close to we want it to be close to 100%. But the screening that needs to be done is a renal ultrasound, and you can see at the top a child getting a renal ultrasound. The kidneys are close to the back, and the renal ultrasound, you can see the kidneys from both the front and the back. But that needs to be done on a yearly, if not every other year basis. For the most part, the children we see, it's done on a yearly basis. The other thing that tells us something about the kidney function is the creatinine. So if you go to the clinic on a yearly basis, they generally draw blood, and what they're checking is maybe for anemia and some other things, but one of the most important things we're checking is the creatinine to be sure that that's normal for age. And as that creeps up, if you're not already seeing the nephrologist, the kidney doctor, we're going to get you right to the kidney doctor to be able to evaluate to see if you're developing chronic kidney disease. So what are the factors? Who got checked more? And it really was in a clinic setting. It depended upon the clinic. Every clinic varies. Younger age, we're much better at a younger age of getting this screening done. And then we're, for some reason, much better on those who non-ambulatory status. So those who are wheelchair ambulators and those who have had prior bladder augmentation, which is a special surgery I'll talk about in just a little bit. But people who have bladder augmentation probably are followed by the urologist a little more closely and a little more likely to get this screening. But please know that this is important on an every 1 to 2 year basis, even as you're an adult. So if you haven't been to the urologist in a while or haven't had the screening, this is my recommendation to give them a call on Monday to make your appointment. So one of the things that we find very important in our clinic is that one of our goals is to be drive by 5. Now, I appreciate that this doesn't always work, but we would like for the social emotional health of the children, for the kids to go to kindergarten and not have to worry about wet diapers, poopy diapers, and getting made fun of by other kids. So we like to work towards Dry by 5. Doesn't always work. There's a million things that get in the way. There's other surgeries, there's orthopedic issues, there's lots of issues that get in the way. But this is our goal, is that the kids are somewhat dry by 5 so that going to school is a little more positive, is hopefully a lot more positive for their social emotional health. So when we talk about urinary continence, what do we mean by that? For the most part, what we mean is that the child or the adult is cathing, or they're urinating in the toilet on a timed elimination plan, which we'll talk about in just a minute, but that they're relatively dry. We used to think that with the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry, we looked at urinary continence as pretty totally dry and only having urine accidents maybe less than once a month or less than once every couple of weeks, except when you're sleeping. And then the studies, we found out a few things. We found out, and I realized I'm not in the right order here on this, and I apologize. So, but from the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry, Dr. Chu et al. With the Journal of Urology, found with the adults that 77% performed clean intermittent catheterization, that's our CIC. And for continence, the daytime dryness, 45% of adults with the myelomeningocele or the open defect were continent, and 63% in adults with non-myelomeningocele or the closed defect. Bladder continence is associated with employment. So for adults, those who are employed are more likely to be continent of bladder, or perhaps it's the other way around. We really don't know. It's an association and not a cause. But this is what Dr. Szymanski and his group found in a study of asking adults, and some of the adults on this webinar might have participated in giving information to the Spina Bifida Association and the and gathering data. But what they found is that quantity, not frequency, predicts bother with urinary incontinence and its impact on quality of life in adults with spina bifida. So it's not so much that they have no urinary wetting in a month, but that they really just have a small amount as opposed to a large amount. So quantity really made a big difference for urinary continence and not the frequency. And this was really an important part, important thing that the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry really needed to look at. And they actually have since changed the questions about urinary continence. And for those of you who participate in the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry, you might have noticed the last time that you answered questions that the urinary continence questions have changed to really look at quantity and not frequency. So thanks to the adults for participating in the questionnaires and really giving us information about what's important for people with spina bifida. So clean intermittent catheterization, I know I've already said the importance is that we need to protect the kidney, and it's for social continence. So one of the things that the urologist might say about the baby is they might say, you're fine. The baby's urinating well, there's low pressures, the urine leaks out fine into the diaper, we're not a problem. But sometimes the urologist is going to say, the pressures are too high, there's urine going back up towards the kidney, and you must catheterize to protect the kidney. So that's important to follow, to know that sometimes a urologist is saying you must cath to protect the kidney, and then sometimes they're talking about cathing for social continence. Sometimes every specialist says things differently, and I can only tell you that you are the experts because you see so many subspecialists that we all say things just a little differently. And occasionally the urologist is going to say everything looks normal. I had this happen with a patient, with a mom of a child who was 4. And right at that time, are we potty training? Is she going to urinate in the toilet? Do we need to start cathing? What's going on? And really what the urologist was saying is everything is normal for a neurogenic bladder. So be careful when the urologist says everything looks normal, please ask them, what does that mean? How are we going? How are we proceeding? Not everybody's going to say it that way, but sometimes that's the way it's going to come across. And what the urologist really was saying in that situation is that the kidney's protected, we're not having problems with urinary tract infections, and she's urinating fine. So beware of that as a caution. I'm going to skip on to self CIC. We always, when we recommend that kids start cathing, we recommend that the parents do it, of course, and that the parents learn how to do it. In our clinic, we have the family come in for a class, and our class includes the individual, one person at a time, and it is with the urology nurse and the child life specialist. And the child life specialist has dolls to be able to show how it works, and normalizes the procedure as much as possible and reassures both the child and the parent. And then at some point, we want the child to learn how to do the clean intermittent catheterization on their own. And there's much debate, I think, among spina bifida specialists and professionals to recommend in terms of their recommendation or when is the best time to start CIC. My attitude is that you're going to encourage a child to be able to start CIC much better at the ages of 5 to 9 than you are at 12 to 13. And for those of you who have those preteens, it's hard to get them to do anything different than they've already done. Dr. Schechter did a study a number of years ago now that really showed that those who were really cathing on a long-term basis, cathing themselves, started at a younger age. But I have seen some stuff lately that do show that some people will start cathing themselves at a later time. So one of the things you want to do is to figure out, is your child ready to start cathing themselves? Now, within this, it doesn't mean that you're going to send them into the bathroom by themselves without supervision. I am not saying that at all, and I always have to stress that generally the kids at these ages still need supervision. But you have to think, are they developmentally ready? Can they focus? Can they follow directions? Can they balance? Can they balance on the toilet to be able to cath themselves? It takes 2 hands to be able to do that, so it's going to be hard to use one hand to balance if that's an issue. Do they have the dexterity or the fine motor control to be able to handle the catheter? Do they have access to the urethra? Sometimes it's a little harder for girls than for boys, but it can be challenging, especially if you have balance issues. If someone is heavy, sometimes it's a little harder to have access to the urethra. Many parents will say, well, she can't see it, so she won't be able to cath. And the girls, although you may learn with using a mirror so she can see what she's doing, the girls are going to cath themselves by feel. And then the other thing is, if you don't feel like your child is ready, which is fine, you can start having them participate in the process, opening the package, washing their hands, opening the package, getting the gel, whatever it is they need to do, as long as they're gradually participating more and more in the process. What I'd like to do now, I know there's already a lot of stuff in the chat, so I'm going to stop to take a look, but I would like folks to let me know what age their child started cathing themselves, or for the adults, what age did you start cathing yourself? And just put in the cath, the age number.
I just had Christy mention that her mom taught her how to cath between ages 4 and 5 because it made her feel more independent at school.
Excellent. Independence is very important. It can really help with self-confidence.
We have 2 saying 6 years old, 1 saying 4-ish. Anyone else? What age did you start cathing, or what age have you started your kids cathing?
Thanks so much for sharing. It's nice to see what age has worked for you, 9 or 10. So there's someone sharing that your son is 15, that socially soon that's going to be important. And another saying at age 5 through the appendical vesicostomy. Excellent. And having a vesicostomy until 12. We'll talk about vesicostomies in just a little bit, but that's it's challenging because then once you get the augmentation, as the vesicostomy's closed, you must cath. So the urologist has to be pretty confident, and the family has to be confident in it. But I like the idea of the independence, is that the kids then feel more confident. But as the psychologist before me pointed out, that sometimes it's just gets old and tiring and you just don't want to do it. So that was a good segue into talking about cathing. Oh, now I'm trying to get the chat box out of the way. I apologize. How do I get the chat box out of the way? Oh, here it is.
Did
I
it
see.
pop up as a separate? Oh, you
Yeah,
got it.
I had something else over it. Boy, can you
Gotcha.
tell my age? I'm not that good at all this tech stuff.
No, not at all. You're doing great. We did have one person ask what is a vesicostomy, and I know you said you're going to mention that in a little.
We're going to get to that. So I'll try to hurry up though. Incontinence products, many people have pull-ups, they have briefs, and they have urinary pads. This is just a personal choice. I have lots of teenagers who wear their pull-ups and they're continent of both stool and urine. And I ask, why are you wearing a pull-up? And they're like, just because. And they just feel better. And I'm like, whatever they feel good with is good with me. So I find that a lot with teenagers, is that they're just worried and so they want it. Briefs work. Urinary pads for those who do have just a little bit of urinary leakage but are cathing and have pretty good social continence and just need something to catch. Urinary pads are good. I recently had a discussion with one of our families, and I think her son is 10 or 12 and doing well. When he walks, he wears KAFOs and he wears pull-ups. And apparently for him at school to be able to cath, they've got to like get everything off, and it is a very big deal. So of course he's missing a lot of class. And it was recommended to me by an adult with spina bifida that you can use the pull-ups, but just tear the side and let the front part of the pull-up fold down, do the catheter through the urethra for the boys, and then push it back up. And then you pull your underwear or your pants up and it holds the pull-ups in place, even though you've torn the side. I thought, I've been doing this for 14 years and I really like that idea. So that way they didn't have to take the KAFOs off and, and have all of that bulky stuff and make the whole process of cathing a huge deal that takes 10 or 15 minutes. But there's lots of choices for incontinence products. I do want to talk about timed elimination with urine. We do have some patients who are able to void in the toilet, but have to do it on a pretty regular basis and do have leaking at times. I'm thinking of one patient I saw recently who I've seen since he was young, and he's now 15, and he continues to void in the toilet, but he's got to get there quickly. He's got to go every 2 hours, and oxybutynin helps. Oxybutynin can help the bladder hold the urine. So some kids really will do fine without cathing, and some adults, as long as they're doing timed elimination. So what you need to do is either with the clock, plan every 2 hours that they go to the bathroom, or with their cell phone, not for the younger kids having cell phones. I'm not suggesting that by any means, but having some type of alarm, maybe it's on a watch, maybe it's, if they are older, on a cell phone that reminds them to go to the bathroom, and they can do timed elimination. The teenager I saw recently was very good. I said, well, he goes, he has some leakage sometimes. I said, when does that occur? And he said, if I haven't taken my oxybutynin for a couple of days. And like, he'd already figured out what the problem was, and he knew how to fix it. And there really wasn't anything else to offer because he'd already done the problem solving. So he's been doing well with that. And so there are some who do well with timed elimination. The vast majority do need to use clean intermittent catheterization for the social continence. And of course, as we said, some need to do it to protect the kidneys. I will say, I don't think I've mentioned the percent, but for those with myelomeningocele, the percent who have neurogenic bowel and bladder is I think about 90 to 95%. It's a very large percentage. I see some more questions.
Yes, I was just about to interrupt you. We had someone mention my 15-year-old boy is in a wheelchair. He knows he doesn't want the surgery to cath through the belly button. With relearning with KAFOs, we struggle with how and when. So do you have recommendations for
how and when to cath? Is that the question?
Is that your question? It looks like Trina, is that your name? Yes, that's the question.
Oh, okay,
How and
gotcha. Yeah, so I think one of the things you can do is start cathing twice a day. You can cath in the morning when you have the ability, when he has the ability to sit on the toilet, or if he's not able to sit on the toilet to do it, to lay down and do it. And so you can do it in the morning and you can do it at night, or you can do it maybe 3 times a day, in the morning, after school, and at night. So you gradually figure out what are the most advantageous ways to do it. What doesn't take too long? What help does he need? Meeting with the occupational therapist can be tremendously helpful. Our occupational therapist is always helpful about what does the patient need to help support to be able to do self-cathing. So I would think about those things. If you're ready to start, maybe try twice a day so that he gets some comfort level, he gets some confidence in it, but also meet with the occupational therapist if you're having trouble figuring out what are the logistics of having him cath himself. Does that help? I hope.
Awesome. I had another an adult questioning if they have frequent incontinence and using incontinence products, but it's pretty much all day wetness. They used to have a leg bag that exploded, but they don't want surgery. What are some of your recommendations?
That's a good question. You can ask the urologist for the leg bag, so that would be another way to deal with that. Oxybutynin is helpful. I defer to the urologist for the oxybutynin, so that can be helpful for the bladder to hold the urine so you can get from catheter, from catheter to catheter. I think those are the main things. Am I answering the question? They do have condom catheters as well for guys.
Okay. Those seem like good recommendations. Yeah, that was an answer to those questions.
Okay.
Another question, what's your opinion on Poise Impressa for incontinence?
On what?
Poise Impressa for incontinence? I think Poise is a brand.
I don't know the brand. I'm not familiar. I apologize.
Would you like to expand on that question? It looks like Morrigan. They might be typing. I know Poise is a brand of I think diapers and pads as well.
Okay.
So, but if we end up getting an expansion on the question, I will let you know.
Okay. All right.
And so far, I think that's all we had in the chat.
Okay. The one of the things we find is the vast majority of patients I see are on Medicaid, and they are able on the Arizona system to get incontinence products, but there's no choice on brand, so it doesn't tend to be the better brands. And that's always a choice that families have to make because there's always so many out-of-pocket costs that are in additional anyway when there's any kind of chronic healthcare need. I know
We
I'm
did
like, go ahead.
Sorry, there is another question if you are ready for it.
Go for it.
What are your thoughts on the Pure Wicks system?
I do not know the Pure Wicks system. I'm glad I came today because now I'm learning.
Christy, would you care to expand on the Pure Wicks system? I can also type it into Google real quick because I don't know what it is either.
Right. I just realized that I'm taking up more time than I should on the urine and do want to get to the bowel.
Okay, absolutely. Feel free to move on and we can come back to it in a little bit.
I apologize, everyone. So in school, what's really important is that your child has a 504 plan or an IEP, so that you can work out the logistics of going to the nurse for the cathing. And I know the psychologist already talked about adjusting, so they're missing as little bit of class as possible. And just try to think out of the box about when's a good time for for the kids to go to the nurse or to go to whichever bathroom that you figured out is appropriate for them. So I probably don't need to tell the people on this webinar, but be your child's advocate, and you can always be nice, but sometimes you need to be a little pushy. I am not a parent of a child with spina bifida, but I am a parent of a child, an adult now, who had an IEP throughout school. So I remember those challenges and remembered that I needed support from other families and learning about how that all works. Surgeries, I'll try to go over these briefly. A vesicostomy is when there's too much pressure in the bladder. It's causing a problem for the kidneys, and the urologist takes that bladder and makes an opening on the lower part of the abdomen so the urine just continuously leaks. And what a lot of people need to do is to put a pad or a folded diaper over that area and then put a pull-up over that. So it often takes more incontinence help with that. Then at some point when the family is ready, when the child is ready, then a bladder augmentation is done. And that means that they take a piece of the small intestine, the ileum, and they make the bladder bigger. So the picture over here on the top, you can see that this round piece is the piece from the intestine, and then the rest of the bladder is the bladder. So what happens is this really helps protect the kidney, but it does a couple things. It makes the bladder stiff. And then the second thing it does is inside the bladder, the lining of the intestine is different than the lining of the bladder. And the lining of the intestine causes mucus. So then you get a lot of mucus in the urine in the bladder that needs to be irrigated. So in addition to cathing, which is required at this point, you also need to put a catheter in and push water in, take it out. Push clean water in, take it out. So you need to irrigate, and the urologist will give you those instructions. The biggest issue with the bladder augmentation is that there's a risk of bladder rupture, which is a very serious medical issue, and there's a risk of bladder stones that can cause a lot of urinary tract infections. I think one of the most exciting things that's happened over the last couple of decades is the Mitrofanoff, and that's where the urologist takes the appendix and makes a channel from the bladder to the belly. And then that allows the child or the adult to catheterize themselves through the belly, as you can see in the picture on the right. This is extremely helpful for those individuals who are wheelchair ambulators and need access without having to get out and to do all those other things we had previously talked about. And then sometimes despite all the cathing in the world, the urine just leaks out too quickly, that the urologist will do something called a bladder sling. So the urologists have lots of tricks up their sleeves to do, and you can always ask them about that. I know, and I often tell parents that I understand, and the teenagers that I see, that surgery is a 4-letter word. So anytime I recommend something that is a surgery, I think sometimes they stop listening, which I appreciate, when you've had a bunch of surgeries, that you've just had enough. So think about these and, ask the urologist a bunch of questions, talk to other family members or adults who have had some of these to find out what are the issues and what's the benefit, what are the challenges. And then probably the most important thing is to understand that sometimes you may have a urinary tract infection, and sometimes you just have bacteriuria, or you have bacteria in the urine. Because with a neurogenic bladder, you cath on a regular basis, that means that there are bacteria in the urine normally. So if you're not sick and don't have other symptoms of a urinary tract infection, what I find is that when you go to the emergency department or your primary care provider, and I was a primary care provider at one time and I did make this mistake, is that we would just check on a routine basis and then find bacteria. When do you need to treat? The urologist always asks, is that urinary tract infection with a fever or without a fever? So talk to your urologist more about that. And certainly some people do have real recurrent urinary tract infections and need antibiotics on a daily basis to prevent. And that's where the urologist can be very helpful. In the interest of time, one more thing. Hey, this really good survey was done of people who use catheters, those with spina bifida and other medical issues, to find out which health plans are covering catheters. And really what they found, the numbers you see are the covers where none of the catheters. So if you look at the first one, the straight uncoated, the public government doesn't cover 6%. For the straight coated, it doesn't cover 4%. And then when you go across and you look at the commercial plans, you see that United Healthcare is a big problem. And so what the organization who was looking at this was trying to gather is the information so they could go to United Healthcare and say, hey, look what's going on. People need these catheters on a regular basis and they should be covered by insurance. So hopefully this is going to make an impact coming up. I'm going to skip over this. The management of myelomeningeal study is the intrauterine repair and the studies that they've done. What I do want to say, though, is that for the moms too, for those who had in utero repair compared to those who had postnatal repair, they are finding that there's no difference in the urodynamics, but there is better outcome in the bladder control. I couldn't tell you how much better, I couldn't tell you what percent, but there is some improvement in bladder control. So that was exciting. And I'm going to pass over this because it doesn't have anything about urine or bowel. So let me talk about the bowel, which is what I spent a lot of time on in the clinic. And here again on the left, just like with the bladder, is your spine. Here's T10, T11, T12, L1, L2. And then of course, some of the very major innervation to the bowel, and especially the rectum and the sphincter that we allow holding holding stool or getting it out, is controlled by sacral nerves. So that's why the vast majority of those with myelomeningocele have neurogenic bowel and bladder. But you can see again how complex the innervation is. 2 goals for stool: treat and prevent constipation, and again, social continence. Neurogenic bowel dysfunction, it affects a lot of things. It affects urinary incontinence. And I think most people say, wait, that's a different system. But it's really intertwined. And the first thing that the urologist is going to say when you have a lot of urinary tract infections is, are you constipated? And whether you have neurogenic bowel or bladder, neurogenic bowel or not, that's what they're going to ask. Urinary tract infections, it can affect shunt malfunction. It affects skin breakdown. If you think about the large stools coming out of the rectum, especially in the little babies, you can really see that. Hemorrhoids, anal fissures, loss of work and loss of social and work opportunities, and decreased quality of life. So this is important. What can you do? You can make some dietary adjustments for those with little ones. You can do breastfeeding. It's easier to digest, offers better restoration of the microbiome after surgery. What we mean by that is that breastfeeding is really good for the bacteria that are in our gut. There's a lot of study now about what things are good, what things aren't good for the microbiome, and what's the benefit. Eating fiber, drinking a lot of fluids can be helpful. And exercise. These are some of my favorite pictures. On the left is one of the walk and roll-a-thons in Arizona. And you can see our physical therapist is leading some activity and dance and really getting some motion. And on the right, you can see one of our little patients on a scoot. Scoot is like Zip-Zack or the Bumble. There's another one I know coming out. I just heard about the other day. But our Arizona chapter of the Spina Bifida Association of Arizona has a rental program with the Scoot. And it just allows those kids who can't crawl around and get into things and play with their friends to be able to move around. And it's very good. But you can see it helps with getting some exercise. Medications. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I'm talking too much. Miralax can be very helpful. The problem with Miralax for people with spina bifida is that it just causes runny, uncontrollable stools. You guys already know that. I learned that from parents in the first few years that I was working in a spina bifida clinic. What I found for some is that it's helpful for the babies and the little ones if you really take a small amount, like just a teaspoon. Literally get your teaspoon out of the kitchen, measure a teaspoon or maybe two, play with it, and see if you can find some regularity from day to day. Pedialyx liquid glycerin suppositories are another of my favorite. They really look like a little enema, but they are called suppositories. It's just a little ball of fluid that you can push in, take it out, hold the buttocks together, and then that can really make a difference. It says it's for 2 to 5 year olds, and I certainly use it at 1 and above. Senna is a laxative that is a stimulant laxative that can be helpful. Lactulose is more an osmotic, like the Miralax, just causing runny stool, but not as bad as the Miralax. And that's a prescription, and there's lots of others. So seeing your clinician and asking what kind of medication aids can be helpful. So then you get to the point about potty training. What does it mean for kids with spina bifida? One of the things that I'm always impressed with, or always feel like I need to tell parents is feel free to potty train, get that potty chair, introduce them to the potty. I think all that is good, but please do not give them grief because they probably don't know before or are not going to have control. So don't give them grief as you're doing potty training. What I find is the education of the extended family is more challenging, is oftentimes I'm seeing the child with mom, or with dad, or with both, but I'm not seeing them with grandma or aunt or someone who is really there taking care of the kids while mom is at work or dad is at work. So I really want to put out a plug. I know with COVID, you could only have one person at a time or two people, but it's really important for extended family members to learn about neurogenic bowel and bladder and what that means. Now, what does bowel continence mean? We talked about urinary continence, and it's the quantity is more an issue. With bowel continence, it's really you're continent or you're not, and any amount of bowel leakage is challenging and difficult, especially when you're working. I saw the adults yesterday, some young adults, one of whom. A couple of them actually were working, but the one of them who was working said, I can't do anything during the week because I'm working and I can't have an accident because I have to be working. And so she does a bowel clean out on the weekend. So bowel continence really means that there's no bowel accidents. So what did the National Spina Bifida Patient Registry did a good study to look at the data that was collected, and they found that 58% of adults with spina bifida and a neurogenic bowel had bowel continence. 55% of adults with the myelomeningocele and 75% of adults with non-myelomeningocele. It was significantly associated with employment. Again, doesn't mean that employment made you bowel continent or that bowel continence got you a job. It just means that those who were employed were more likely to have very good bowel continence. Those on private insurance, those with the closed defect, not the myelomeningocele, but more the lipomeningocele, and then educational attainment was also associated with it. Now, what are the options for it? One of the biggest ones is digital disimpaction. And when I first started in 07 or 08, and I spoke to one of the leaders of one of the health plans and said, we need coverage for all this other stuff. They were like, you just do digital disimpaction. And I'm like, yeah, you're in that's the old style. Now, some people still do, and that does a good job. And if that works for you and keeps you from being constipated and you have good continence, then that's great. Timed elimination is another one. You can sit on the toilet 15-30 minutes after eating, get in a good position. For the kids, get a stool to put their feet on so that their knees are bent. And another thing you can do is give medication. Maybe you give Senna and then 8 hours later they sit on the toilet, or you give a suppository and a little bit later, I know I'm talking too much, sorry. The transanal irrigation is very common. The cone enema and the Parastene are good. Some of you adults may remember that Kimberly Clark Foley that is no longer made. And then there's the antegrade continence enemas. Sorry, Bree, go ahead. What are the questions? Sorry.
That's okay. We do just have a lot of questions. So I was wondering if you wanted to, do you want to finish talking for the next couple of minutes and then we answer questions, or you want to address some of them now?
You know, let me go ahead and talk for a couple of minutes and then I'll stop. So I can answer. I apologize. Again,
No, don't apologize. Sounds good.
All right, so cecostomy, for those surgeries, the tube, the mini ACE and the Chait tube, nice and simple surgeries. That's what I try to explain to everybody. The Chait tube needs to be changed once a year in interventional radiology, which the teenagers I see don't tend to like that. Many of the teenagers I see now with the mini ACE are much happier. The cone enema through the rectum, and then the Parastene through the rectum. And you can look up the Parastene. This is pricey. This is cheap. This is easier to do on yourself. This is harder to do on yourself. It's there's lots of choices there and lots of things to talk to your clinician about. There's also a surgery where they take the appendix or a piece of the ileum and make a channel to the belly so that you can do that clean out. There's much variety. You need to talk to your clinician about how to make the flushes for those. They can be very helpful, and that's a vast majority of what we do is talk about the flush solutions, what makes it efficient. I don't want the kids sitting there for 2 hours. We want skin protection, especially since they are going to be prone to skin sores. We don't want them sitting on a toilet for an extended period of time. So there's lots of solutions and ways to adjust. I do want to put a plug in, at least for those in Arizona, is that there is a Camp Patrick that is just for kids and teenagers with spina bifida. It's about a 5 to 6 days, and it's up in the mountains outside of Payson because we all want to get cool in June, at least when we live in Phoenix. And what they do there is 3 to 5 in the afternoon is bowel time. So everybody just stops doing, and you go back to your cabins, and all the counselors and the nursing staff figure out what the routine is, for make sure that they can get all the kids through their bowel management so they can have the fun of camp at night. Antegrade continence enemas are a newer thing in the last couple of decades, so you can see that a lot more adolescents have it than adults. The thing I would caution about is with the antegrade continence enemas is the kids I've had who really, really, really don't like it and don't do well with it tend to be on the autism spectrum, so have sensory issues. not that I've had a lot, but I've had a few, maybe a handful who've had it taken out, and most of it is because of their sensory issues, and it's a little more of a challenge. So just think about that if that's part of the issues, you know what I mean? If that's part of your life. All right, so here is, I'm finally to the end. Sorry, Bree, thank you very much. This is our Spina Bifida coordinator who retired a couple years ago, Mary, and this is what you need to do. You need to speak to your clinician, whether it's the RN coordinator, the nurse practitioner, the doc, whoever it is. Please use them at the clinic and talk to other parents and talk to your clinician to learn what's going to work best for you.
Yes, thank you so much. That was so informative, and you definitely covered a lot in such a short period of time. So I appreciate that. We have a few discussions going on in the chat, and we'll take the next few minutes to just kind of go over that. Christy mentioned, and this is a question for everybody, not just for Dr. Murphy. So if you have experience, please share it in the chat. She's just curious about any other females that have a prolapsed uterus and how it affects calving. She said that's her current situation, and it's been getting more difficult to calve as the prolapse gets worse. But the concern from her gynecologist is if doing a hysterectomy might cause the bladder to prolapse. So I don't know if you have experience with that or recommendations for that, or if anyone else does, please add your input and insight into the chat.
I have no experience. I'm a pediatrician, so I apologize. That sounds like a tough one. So good luck. Hopefully someone in the chat will have some feedback.
Mm-hmm. And then we had some more information offered on the Poise Impressa that was it's explained as a bladder support device, kind of like a tampon. It can be inserted and used for up to 12 hours for urinary incontinence, and then you have to remove it after 12 hours. So is that something that maybe you've heard of a similar device, and do you have experience with that? Recommend it or not recommend it?
I have no experience with it, and that might be because I'm a pediatrician. I don't mean to keep using that as my excuse, but no, I don't. But I've written them down. I'm going to check it out and find out what the urologists say about it.
Yeah, awesome. And then we had, if you're adding fiber to Metamucil or through Metamucil, how often do you recommend taking it? This would be for a young adult. Can there be accidents if you use Metamucil? And do you find the Peristeen system is more helpful versus using a cone enema system, which I think you touched briefly on?
Yeah, I think in terms of the cone and the Peristeen, I think they both work fine. It's what's covered by your insurance, number one. And number two, what are you able to do independently? So the problem for some of the bowel management things is it's harder to do those independently than it is the calving. So it tends to take a little longer to get to the independence, but both of them really are doing the same thing. One of the things I found with the Peristeen that's a problem is that the balloon may not be big enough to hold in somebody's rectum. It depends upon the individual. So you kind of have to try it. And if that doesn't hold without you holding it, it's going to be problematic. The cone, of course, you have to hold. So it just depends upon your situation and what's going to work in that respect. And the first part of the question, I apologize.
Yeah, it was about Metamucil. How often do you recommend for young adults taking it, and can there be accidents when using Metamucil?
No, there's always a risk for accidents, and one of the things that I tell all families and all individuals is some of this is trial and error, and to figure out what works for you. And if you're already constipated, you're probably not going to get accidents going on the Metamucil. If you clean out and then start the Metamucil, you might have accidents until you get into a good routine. The issue really is a good routine. And I think you're fine to use the Metamucil on a daily basis. And if that works for you after you've tried it for a couple of weeks, then I think that's great. As long as you're having good stool output, I often ask the teens and young adults I see is, how much is your stool output? How frequently are you going, and is it a good amount? Some of the gastroenterologists will probably show you something called a Bristol chart that shows you what the stool looks like, and they want you to say which one of those is the stool. So meeting with your clinician can be helpful to see if you're having good stool output is important in addition to the stool continent. So try the Metamucil and good luck with it.
Yeah, and on top of that, there have been a couple of recommendations in the chat for the Metamucil wafers that they work pretty well. And
Do they taste
then,
good?
yeah, that's a good question. Do they taste good? And then Lindsay also made a good comment that much of the bowel management is trial and error, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
Yes. Yes, I always encourage, one of the things that I see is that we prescribe a cone, and then we say, when you get it, make an appointment, come in so we can get the teaching. And I've had many families later say, well, we tried the cone once. Please don't just try something once. You really have to do it on a regular basis. You've got to use it for a few weeks before you've said, this isn't for me, because there's so many things to figure out in terms of the solution and the timing and how long and positioning. And yeah, you got to stick with something for a little bit before you say, forget it.
We are getting feedback on the taste of the Metamucil wafers. They're not terrible, but maybe enhanced with peanut butter, Shamika said. And for those who are following the PureWick conversation, we've learned that it is an external catheter, but you can't be mobile with it. So it's not a great, like Tara said, it's not a good social cathing option. But it is effective for what it's intended to do, which is to be an external, non-invasive catheter. So that's some of the feedback on that. Also, I did mention in the chat, not sure if everyone saw it, it's not covered by insurance at the moment. So that's always something to consider as well.
Yeah, insurance coverage is problematic for the Peristeen as well, at least in our area. That's it's been a big issue, and it's been, the last 5 years of trying hard to get it covered. So it's improving, but still challenging.
Yeah, that was a great resource, the chart that you shared about the insurance coverage on each of the catheters. I thought that was very interesting. Okay, so we are rounding this chat up. The only thing that follows this before our breakout groups is a break. So if you do have any last questions, please feel free to share them. We have the time to take them and converse about them right now, but if not, I don't see any more coming into the chat, but I really am appreciative for your time, Dr. Murphy, and for all of your knowledge. I think my biggest takeaway from this is that there are a lot of options, and you really have to walk through it with your doctors and with your specialists to figure out what's the best option for you. So thank you once again. And yep, we appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for having me. Oh, thanks for putting all this together. It really is a great educational resource. So thanks.
Yes, no, I'm so grateful for it. And once again, everyone, these resources are going to be available to you after today. And we'll have everything that was discussed in the chat. We'll make sure to be forwarding that to you as well. And we will be able to get you all of those resources. So we're going to head into a brief break. Our planned break was 15 minutes. So I know the schedule says to return at 4:30, but we should, Julia, are you sharing the video before we go on break or while we're on break? That's my
While
question.
we're on break, and I didn't mention this, but I want to throw in the chat quick a feedback survey. So we want feedback on the overall education day, which is mainly our sessions, but we do have a happy hour for caregivers and a happy hour for adults. And I understand that it's not 5 o'clock everywhere, but it is 4:20 in Albany, New York. So it's happy hour time. So ultimately, we didn't, take any information about whether or not you are an adult or caregiver. So when we go into our breakout groups, I will just ask you for that information.
All right, so yes, please fill out our survey. This is just to help us improve our programs across the board, not just for Northeastern New York, but for all the chapters participating. We really love to hear what you have to say. And with that, let's take a break. And we'll be coming back for breakout groups around 4:30, 4:35. And we'll have our happy hour. Everybody's going to be able to turn their cameras on, to unmute their mics, and be able to talk and hang out for the rest of our time. So we'll see you back here in just about 15 minutes.
Can you
All right, so anyone who is still here, please let me know if you have questions about what is going on with our caregiver chat. Oh, Mary, your hand is raised. I can allow you to talk if you want to hop on. All right, Mary, you are allowed to speak if you want to share your question. Mary, if you want to hop on and ask a question, you can. For those of you who are going to the adult chat, I'll open it as soon as I can.